Please join our county council, who's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, this is the time of day where members of the public may comment on any topic that is not on our printed agenda. So if you would please come to the podium and welcome.
Good morning. My name is Candace Olson, and I'm a senior at Somerville High School. As a senior, one of our graduation requirements is to complete a senior project. And for my senior project, I wanted to focus on something that would be meaningful to me and my family and also have a positive impact on my community. I heard about a local veterans organization that had hit some obstacles in the road building a memorial, and I knew that that was what I wanted to help out with. So our local Veterans of Foreign Wars, Post 4748 in Tuolumne, had designed a 9/11 Global War on Terrorism memorial, and it was scheduled to be completed in the fall of 2017. Unfortunately, the project fell short of its completion date and the necessary funds and grants to begin building. In October, with the help of a family friend, I was able to reach out with VFW commanders Frank Smart and Aaron Rasmussen, who are sitting in the back today, and I was able to propose an idea for a dinner, dance, and auction fundraiser to raise funds for the memorial. They were excited and welcomed my offer, and before I knew it, my project had taken off. The project relied heavily on the endless help of my family, friends, community members, and local businesses. This event was generously backed by many local businesses, many of which have been long-standing family-run businesses in this county for decades. My fundraising goal was originally $40,000, which we are only $1,000 short of reaching as of Monday. And thanks to the outpouring generosity from Tuolumne County and our local businesses, I was able to reach that goal, and hopefully I will surpass it. It was my hope that this memorial will encourage my generation and many generations to come to continue to remember the service and sacrifice that our veterans gave in order to fight for our freedoms. It is also very important to remind us that we share the responsibility of working together to continue to make the freedoms we have worth defending, no matter what political party we are a part of. Although I have sold out of tickets, you can still support this memorial in several ways. You can go to the Sonora Area Foundation's website, sonora-area.org, and donate any amount of money you please. Or you can contact me in the mail or online at projectsalutingfreedom@gmail.com. I have also brought an information packet, which you may see in front of you, and if anyone has any questions, you can reach me at my email. Thank you.
Hey, Candace. Candace, could you come here?
Thank you so much.
Yep. Hello.
Hi, Barbara Dressler. I'm just confirming that public comment will be allowed during the discussion on TCEDA later on?
Yes.
Okay, and there will be no restriction on the comments?
I can't promise you that, but
Meaning we can cover any topic having to do with TCEDA?
having to do with the future of TCEDA,
That's
yes.
correct.
Okay.
Okay, and also the appointments, there will be discussion during the discussion of the fire issues?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
There's public, just for public information, there's public comments on every agenda item on the agenda, except for, well, even that. Come on.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Jeff Musio. I'm the owner of the Hazy Bulldog dispensary in Sonora. And I kind of wanted to come in and put a couple of agenda items on for cannabis. I have 4 agenda items. I'm not sure how much you guys want me to extrapolate today, but one is to introduce commercial cannabis back onto the agenda. I think there's been another showing of the the people what the people want. For a long time, the council wasn't sure what the people wanted. Proposition 64 wasn't a clear enough vote for you guys, and then you guys put Measure M on the board, and it passed 63%. So it's clear that the people of Tuolumne County at least want commercial cannabis to be taxed if you allow it. So I'd like to start that conversation again. Also, I'd like to know some of the results from last year. There was a big bust you guys had called the Godfather Farm. There's a big report that you guys spent like $40,000 on that. You charged a guy $2.3 or $8 million. I can't quite remember. I was just kind of wondering what happened with that. Were you guys able to recoup the $40,000 you spent? How much of the $2 million were you able to recoup? And what happened with that? And then also there's a program you guys put into effect, which was the growing permit. I'd love to know how many people signed up for that. And of those people, I know there's been a couple of people that were visited by your code enforcement again, and then the code enforcement recommended that they wouldn't get a permit. So how many people were because of code enforcement, and how many people in general just have that now? Because that would be an indicator of how successful that program has been. And then also, I'd personally like to report on how the feeling of the county is. I'm now dealing with hundreds of people a day that come in and buy cannabis, so I'm getting a very good feel of how people feel in this county. I'd love to speak on that. I'd like to do a full report. If you want me to speak now, I will, but that's just one of the things I'd like to put on there. And also, there's also some negative repercussions of the program you guys have put in, the anonymous reporting system. There's been some abuse by people on the other side of the aisle, and I'd like to speak on that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Chuck LeCamp, and what I'm hoping you guys will consider in the future, and I'm sure it's not on the agenda, is the need to press the three major phone companies here to develop a trunk line, not necessarily underground, for better telecommunication service so that we can become a more attractive site for for tech services and people who would normally be out of Silicon Valley. These people are very well paid, and many of them are struggling with their families in the Bay Area because of the high cost. So they would look, if they were supported, toward moving in this general direction. We have a lovely county, and if we can attract more money to it, it becomes a more healthy environment. Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Dennis Randall from Cedar Ridge. This last week, again, we had demonstrated for the people in Cedar Ridge how vulnerable we are with a single exit on Q Mill Road as the road was flooded for a couple of days, and the alternate routes are really unacceptable. There's a real need to give attention to the culvert on Q Mill Road near Bellevue School, and to remedy that as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other further comment, will the clerk of the board please read our consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held on February 12, 2019, and approving an agreement with Aegis Treatment Center for outpatient opioid treatment services, reappointment of Melinda Fleming, Richard Geiser, and Nathan Rosasco, and Alan Zimmerly to the Ag Advisory Committee, approving an agreement for professional services with MGE Engineering, Inc. for the staff augmentation of professional services for the repair of the 2018 storm damage at Marsh's Flat at the First Creek and Second Creek crossings, accepting the resignation of Linda Postma from the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, and directing the clerk to send a letter of appreciation and post a notice of vacancy.
Okay, any member of the board want to pull any of the items on the consent calendar?
I wanted to pull three.
Okay, we will pull.
3A.
Okay, we will pull 3A. Any public comment on items 1, 2, 3, and 4? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion on 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Gray, welcome back, John, and a second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstain, 5-0. Will the clerk please reread item 3A?
This is a consideration of approving an agreement for professional services with MGE Engineering for the staffing augmentation of and professional services for the repair of the 2018 storm damage to Marsh's Flat Road at the First Creek and Second Creek crossings.
Okay, staff report. Hi, Tanya.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Tanya Allen with the Community Resources Agency Engineering Division. If you recall, back in March, staff presented the storm damage of the 2018 storms, and in August worked with Cal OES to assess all the damage and provide funding in order to repair this damage. Staff issued an RFP in November, and the committee met, in which we only had one proposal by MGE. Since then, at the time when the board adopted their budget, those values from engineering were based on the original declaration back in March. And now that we have more sound values in the damage description, we are coming forward to award a contract in order to replace the culverts that were damaged, as well as the, at the two crossings, First Creek and Second Creek. Just wanted to give you a little bit of background, knowing that we had a lot of significant damage, which you're going to see on item 5A. At the other end of Marsh's Flat, this is the south end at which we are very aware and needing repair. We've looked at trying to find funding in the past. We programmed under the Highway Bridge Program the replacement of those, looking at a higher crossing instead of the two fords that are there in 2016, and were rejected based on that program with the approval of MAP 21, that's a federal act, which no longer qualified low water crossings. So staff has been actively trying to find funds in order to replace these and make them a little bit higher so that we don't have any incidences again, as you saw in the 2017 storm and the 2018. So in front of you today is a contract to augment staff, bringing in some specialty areas with hydrology and geology to repair those culverts and move forward.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Just
Supervisor Gray.
comments. The road was no way out this last storm. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It's typical, and with the Marsh's Flat Road grade or Kelly grade not being repaired, it's compounds the problem. But those culverts really need to be replaced.
Yeah, just a couple questions. Thank you, guys. So we're looking at the cost. Let's see here. I think it's $428,000. I know from past discussions and also just building a house, usually it's about 10% of the cost to engineer it. So if we're spending $428,000, what are we looking at to actually do the work down the road? Are we looking at $4 million to do the work, or is there an idea what that cost might be to actually do the work?
No, I believe it's more about $500,000 just to replace and repair the culvert. We also had some scouring that occurred at the roadway fill, so that's also part of that damage. When we assessed to replace with more of a bridge-like structure, that was about $1.3 million. And typically, we don't actually, when it comes to federal highways recommendations for engineering costs, it's usually 25% of the construction costs, not 10%.
Okay.
When staff does it, it can be about 17% of that construction cost.
Okay. So maybe when it's all said and done, the work will be around 2.5 million. From the
220, can you
Two,
clarify?
maybe it'll be about 2 million to do the work from the numbers it sounds like.
I would probably say a little bit less.
A little bit less, okay. Okay, and then the last thing, I'm just getting used to, reading these financial impact reports. And I'm on page 3 of 36 of the PDF I had it. Again, it's on the financial impact. And it says there's a 2018-19 adopted budget, and then there's a requested budget, and then there's the variance. I'm just curious if moving forward in the future when we get these, I don't know if the board agrees, but I get the adopted budget, that's what we request at the beginning. But then is there any way to get that next column changed to be like the current estimate? Because when we say requested budget, to me, budget means we have the money set aside, but that middle column, I think it would just read better and be a better understanding if it was actual current estimate. And then on variance, sometimes I have to figure out, well, is this a negative variance? Is this a positive variance? So if we could just put a plus minus sign in front of that variance so that when I look at a financial, again, I have the requested budget, I have the estimate from, the people who are bidding, and then we have the variance. We're falling short 200,000 or we're ahead 200,000. It's just a quick, easier way to look at a financial if that's possible in the future.
I'm going to defer to Tracy on that.
Okay.
Thank you. I actually had put in a phone call to both David and Kim before this item. What we need, and we'll work on the memos as well, but what we need to do actually, and this is not adjust the budget, this cost center has $4.4 million in appropriations. They've spent under $1.1 million. What we need is approval for the contract, should your board consider and approve that. But what they're trying to let you know is here what they originally estimated as opposed to what the actual costs are going to be. So we'll fix the memo so that we can better reflect so you can understand what that means. But I just want to make sure the board knows we don't need to increase appropriations in this cost center. They have plenty. They still have about $3.3 million that they could spend in this cost center. We just need to move those appropriations amongst those projects as they move throughout the year. And we'll work on these memos to help make them a little bit easier for you as we move throughout the year.
Would it make sense to have that total cost also in a side column? So we say this is the total funds and this is what the variances are looking like at moving forward for each project?
Yeah, what I think we could do is let you know what did they estimate the cost to be and what are the actual costs now, and let you see what that increase or decrease is. And you'll see if it's in brackets, it would be a decrease in from their estimate. An increase would be a positive number.
Okay.
And then what they're letting you know here is what did they actually estimate and what was adopted during August or September. And then the requested is their way of letting you know this is what they're estimating now and what they're requesting to spend. And we can get all of that and we'll make it a little more easier to understand as we move
Yeah,
forward.
and for these top two items, that's fine. I'm more looking at the general fund. Like on this one, it was 7,000. Now it's up to 75,000. So, just the variance, just to be able to look at it
And just for general education, the reason that that's gone up is because CDAA has a 25% share of cost match.
Right,
It's a
right.
requirement, and then they've offset it with the additional and the 10% admin.
Gotcha.
But that's why that's there. And the board had already put money towards or funds towards these projects. So there's still plenty there. We're just moving it around amongst the projects.
Okay.
We can work on presentation outside the board meeting.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Are you through? Public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion on 3A.
Move to approve.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstain, 5-0. Will the clerk please read item number 5?
This is consideration of approving appointments/reappointments to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission for Districts 2, 3, and 1 at-large member.
Okay. Do we have a staff report? Okay. Up.
Who's coming?
You snooze, you lose, man.
For some reason, I was expecting the other item to come for you, so my apologies. David Gonzalez, I'm your Community Resource Agency Director. There we go. So in light of the new election for Supervisors Districts 2 and 3 and terms for existing planning commissioners expiring, your board has historically reviewed appointments to the boards and commissions. Currently, there are 3 members of the Tuolumne County Planning Commission that have terms expiring in February of this year. 1 represents an at-large position, 1 represents District 2, and 1 represents District 3. These positions have been advertised, and currently have members have existing members have reapplied, and also we have other members, community members that have applied. Those applications are within your board packet. The Board of Supervisors generally approves recommendations for these, for both positions for at-large and the districts. Below, you'll find the existing terms of expiration and the representative from each of the districts. It is recommended that the board appoint or reappoint 2 district members and 1 at-large member to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission. Be happy to answer any questions if you want.
Okay, for the public's information, typically what we've done in the past is for those positions that represent districts, we look to the supervisors of those districts to recommend for board approval a person, and then for the at-large, the people who have not been selected for one of the 2 districts are in the pool for the at-large position, and we'll select one as a board. Before I come back to the supervisors, I'm going to ask if there's any public comment on this.
Yes, there is. As many of you know, there's usually only 1 member of the public that attends the Planning Commission meetings, and that person has expressed a great deal of reservation about the makeup of this Planning Commission. And I would ask you to, usually it's just advertised that there are vacant positions downstairs outside this building. So I never saw that it was advertised. So I would like you to defer an appointment and extend the application process as we're doing for the TCTC, because the last time an at-large member applied, there were 27 applicants, and not one of them got a consideration, in my opinion, and you appointed another one of your buddies. So at the Planning Commission meeting where the general plan was discussed, there were 2 planning commissioners that, well, one that really said a lot, one that said a little more, one that said a little less, one that maybe made 1 or 2 comments, and 2 that sat there like bumps on a log. So that's not the planning commission I'm looking for as a resident of this county. So I'm asking you to defer this appointment and extend the application period and try to get some new blood, maybe some of those 27 who applied in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you tell me how many total applicants we have that managed to find that there was an application period open?
There were 6.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll start with District 2.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to nominate Larry Bile as Planning Commissioner for District 2.
Okay, I've got a nomination for District 2 for Mr. Larry Bile. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor of Larry Bile for District 2 Commissioner, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? 5-0. I'll look to District 3.
All right, I wrote a quick page, so just bear with me real quick. First of all, I'd like to publicly thank all those who applied for your time and willingness to serve on this commission. Second, I would like to thank our current District 3 Planning Commissioner, Heidi Lupo, for your service. I appreciate your diligence and attention to detail. As a new supervisor, I'm given the privilege and responsibility of selecting a member to the Planning Commission and making that recommendation to this board. After meeting with those interested in serving, I have chosen a candidate who I believe will best fill that role. I have selected a Tuolumne County native, Matt Nutting of Tweenheart. He is a licensed attorney, broker, has a master's degree in science and real estate. He has served for Habitat for Humanity and also served as legal counsel for charities and churches are just a few of his accomplishments. But however, there's two reasons why I chose Mr. Nutting. First, he's smarter than most of us in the room, including myself. It's okay if you laugh. And number two, his view on personal property rights line up with mine, and that is personal property is personal. To Heidi, you are a vital part of this community in District 3. You operate a personal business, and you help run Pinecrest year-round. You have a young family like me, and you are here for the long haul. My hope and my prayer is that you will still stay engaged in this community and help District 3 thrive and be a very special place. And I did speak with Heidi last night, and I really do appreciate her service. And she's got great character, and I think we're going to work well in the future together. But for my selection, I have requested Matt Nutting for this commission.
Okay, I got a motion on Mr. Nutting for District 3 Commissioner. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Supervisor Brennan. Any public comment on Mr. Nutting? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Mr. Nutting is Commissioner by 5-0 for District 3. I will entertain any discussion on our at-large member from the board.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to nominate Mike Gustafson to remain as the at-large member. Mike's a really smart guy. I think it's important to keep people that do a good job in those positions because there's a steep learning curve in being a planning commissioner, and that institutional knowledge can go a long way in making the job of Board of Supervisors easier.
Okay, I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second from Supervisor Brennan. Okay, all those in favor of Mike Gustafson remaining on the Planning Commission as an at-large member signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Mike Gustafson is Commissioner by 5-0. And I would like to note that we have two new members of our Planning Commission. So looking forward to their hard work, as well as Mike's and the remaining current commissioners. Thank you very much. Would the clerk of the board please read item number 5A?
5A. Consideration of awarding to Symbion Reed Construction to perform the work on the Marsh's Flat Road storm damage repairs, either the base bid contract or the base bid plus additive bid contract.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Chair and Board. My name is Dave Ruby. I'm one of the staff engineers here at the CRA Engineering Division, and I've been assigned the management of this landslide repair project on Marsh's Flat Road at the Kelly Grade. As I think all of you are aware, we had a pretty catastrophic storm in January of 2017, which caused a landslide at the site, which coincidentally is below where we had a fire the previous summer. That landslide caused a failure of the road and a loss of about half the width of the roadway in a pretty steep spot. We've been shepherding that project forward, working with FEMA and Cal OES to secure funding for the repairs. And we've brought the project to bid, and I'm happy to say that we are now in the position where we are asking your board to consider one of two options for awarding the construction contract to repair that location of landslide. FEMA is kind of limited on what they will reimburse in terms of landslide repairs. And according to their policies, they will not repair any damage above a road surface, so on a slope above a road, when we have a landslide. They will, however, consider the costs of the road surface and below, so that the structure supporting the road, as a reimbursable repair cost. So when we put the project out to bid recently, we kind of racked it up in a way where we have two options, basically. We have a price tag for the repairs of the road and everything below it. And then we also have some preventative repairs racked up as a second option, bundled with the basic repairs as option 2. The repairs above the slope should mitigate risks of a landslide happening at that exact site again. It won't promise that that won't happen, but it will strongly strengthen the slope above that site and should be kind of an insurance policy for the repairs that we're hoping to do coming up here. So we have 2 different options before you. When we did put the project out to bid, we had a total of 3 bids tendered. The low bidder was Sybil and Reed Construction of Folsom, California. And County Council has reviewed the bids and deemed it responsive. So before you, we have option 1, which is the base bid, which would be the slope below the road and the road surface itself. That falls well within the adopted budget estimate for this project. And the county's share of costs for that scenario would be about $55,000 approximately. Option 2 would be what we would call the base bid plus the additive bid, which would include the upslope repairs, which amount to a rock netting and a descaling, so removing any more loose rock material so that we don't have a landslide happening at that site again, and then also putting some rock netting up there in addition. That's winds up amounting to about an additional $217,000 that the county would have to pick up. I'm sorry, what? Oh, I'm sorry. That the county would have to pick up, but I would recommend that as the option that the county should take, as that would, I believe, protect the other expenditure that we're doing to repair the road surface below that.
Just to explain, too, the behavior during that storm, what happened is we did get a lot of slough and landslide that came down, blocked the culverts, and then redirected and went down the side of the road, which washed the roadway fill. So what we're trying to do is be more proactive and prevent further if this were to happen again and reduce that maintenance.
Supervisor Gray.
Yeah, the additional funding, where is that coming from?
So that would still be budgeted with the allocation of the general fund in your capital fund for the 2017 storms.
And do we have that in there now?
Correct.
Okay.
Other questions of the board? Just to be clear, this is not related to 3A, or is it related to 3A?
It is not. These are 2 sites several miles from each other.
I figured.
We've got the bookends here. The Kelly grade is on the Moccasin side, the Highway 49 side, and it's completely closed the road right now. The other side at First and Second Creeks is on the 132 end, and those are low water crossings, so completely different, but both are conspiring to lock people in there and keep them from getting to and from home.
Thank you. Any public comment?
I have one question.
Oh, go ahead.
Question. In your view, the fire that occurred there several years ago, does that increase the need for mitigating measures as far as erosion on that slope, with the netting and?
It would definitely help, yes.
Yeah.
And I would agree with that, yes. We did go after that fire, try to go through and hydroseed, but because it's such, it's all schists through there, it's hard to get growth on there. What was there before was a bunch of manzanita, that's why it burned so much. And so this will help kind of pull that schist down so it doesn't keep, I don't know how to explain it. It just keeps like delaminating it from itself. And so this will help kind of break that off.
And so it's likely there would be more erosion there if we just go with the basic option. Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Just real quick. So looking at if we do which I recommend we do the hillside, it does jump our general fund from 54,000 to 271, which is unfortunate because FEMA and the state doesn't match it. But moving forward, big picture is probably the right thing to do. But just a quick question: when we go back to picking who we contract with, I see Sierra Mountain Construction's on here. They're a local company. I see they're a little bit more money, but in the grand scheme of things, if FEMA and OES is covering the majority of this bill, I'm just curious, does that come into consideration when we pick, local contractors versus out of county contractors?
In the federal in the federal process under the Code of Federal Regulations, you cannot actually pick local. It is required that you have a competitive bid.
Well, competitive bid, but then we could pick local, even if.
No.
But you have to go to lowest
they were the
one.
low bidder.
If
You
they're the low
have
bidder.
to, absolutely have to. Okay,
Yes.
okay. So that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay. Now public comment. Seeing none. Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment because we have a very long history on this road, and we've had a lot of conversation about property owners being stranded up there, a lot of concerns about getting emergency equipment up there in the event that we had another fire, and I certainly think that we need to be proactive in trying to mitigate future outages on that road. And so I am in support of the staff recommendation.
And just to be clear, this money, such as it's ours to pay, would come out of the road fund, not the general fund?
So this is actually, you may remember, in 2017, 18, and 18, 19, your board had dedicated some general fund dollars.
Okay.
So this is not the SB1 or road funds. This is general fund. What this will do, and we'll do a reconciliation, it could limit what we have available left for future projects depending on what's happening. So you guys dedicated the funding between the
Yeah.
last 2 years. We'll come back with a reconciliation fairly soon of where we are on all the projects for 17, 18, and 17, 18, 18, 19, and where we are in the use of those general funds.
Okay, I misspoke, but it's dedicated general fund money.
Yep.
Okay, so, okay, looking for a motion.
Yeah. First, I want to thank staff for the work on this. Long time coming, a couple years. Mr. Ruby, thanks for the updates and dealing with the people that would like a road to their house. Really do appreciate that. And with that, I move that we approve award contract to Civilon Reed Construction for Marshall's Flat Road storm damage repair with using the base bid plus additive in an amount of $1,255,810, and authorize the board chair to sign the contract.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Brennan. All those board members in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? 5-0. Would the clerk of the board please read item 6?
Consideration of approving direction to staff regarding the county's participation in the Tuolumne County Economic Development Authority Joint Powers Agreement.
Good morning, Sarah Carrillo, County Council.
Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office.
At the board workshop in January, your board discussed the TCEDA and the upcoming deadline of March 1st, which is the date the city or the county must provide notice of unilateral withdrawal should either party wish to withdraw from the EDA. Your board also directed staff to bring forth an item related to the EDA and the county's participation in the entity. Unilateral withdrawal means it essentially begins a process of dissolving the entity. The EDA board, your board, the city would need to take further actions to fully dissolve the entity. So this would just be a first step if that's something that either party wishes to do. The city initially requested additional time to consider the financial and the management audits before it made a decision about whether or not to remain a party to the EDA. and unfortunately, the audits are not complete. I did see Ms. Batista here in the audience if she wants to speak to this, but when I spoke to her last week, my understanding is that the financial audit would be completed by the end of this month, but the management audit would not be completed until the middle to the end of March. So in any event, there's not sufficient time to review the audits before the March 1st deadline. Additionally, the EDA board meets this week and will consider an item related to its budget for fiscal year 1920. It's required to submit a budget estimate to the city and the county by March 1st. Also, county staff will be working on the next year's budget, and I'll let Ms. Riggs speak to that. And so certainly it would be important to know whether or not the funding for the EDA would be included in that budget. And your board has several options. You can maintain the status quo and take no action. You could request additional time from the city to provide notice, or the county could provide notice of intent to withdraw.
Okay, just real quick. When we originally brought this item and the city had requested 90 days and we had ended up with the 60 days, and that was anticipation of the timing for the audits. But the other item that we had discussed was the time that would be needed to consider future actions if the JPA were to be dissolved. So we just want to make sure whatever the decision is that we're considering what those next actions might be, and that we would have plenty of time for staff and policy and budget determination. And of course, we're just looking for whatever your board would direct us to do.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions of staff before I go to public comment? Okay, public comment, please.
Hi, Barbara Dressler. The Union Democrat review of Larry Cope's daily calendar, expense reports, and credit card bills are in today's newspaper, and they were procured through the California Public Records Act and provides an overwhelming evidence of his abuse of city and county funds as TCA's director. In 2017 and 18, he spent over $100,000 on trips, meals with county officials and business prospects, 3 Microsoft tablets, a night vision camera, a drone, $400 hotel rooms, and the list goes on and on. For those 2 years, he also ate at least once, sometimes 2 meals, almost every weekday at taxpayer expense, most often with county officials. 2/3 of the meals in 2017 were with a supervisor, a county official, or a member of the TCEDA board. Cope received 320 hours of vacation yearly under his contract, yet he cashed out 720 hours in unused vacation time over a 3-year period from 2015 to 17 because of his work schedule, none of it documented. It took a private citizen's lawsuit to prove that Larry Cope cannot document his work from redacted lists of businesses Cope said he helped that are unverifiable. A handful of testimonials by local businesses is insignificant for $500,000 spent annually. Bottom line, Cope's profligate waste of funds make him untrustworthy to continue directing a $500,000 agency. In the 10 years, the TCEDA budget has doubled from $230,000 to $460,000. The TCEDA board and Board of Supervisors' approval of this bloated budget shows they are unable to control this waste of funds. But the most damning evidence of the waste of almost $500,000 yearly is data from the U.S. Census Bureau and the California Employment Development Department that show declining or stagnant trends in Tuolumne County since 2009 for the key economic indicators: population, labor force, people employed, and building permits for housing. This unbiased and unimpeachable data documents there is no quantifiable or identifiable benefit to Tuolumne County from TCA after 10 years under Larry Cope. Our local newspaper had to file through the California Records Act to bring the truth to our community about how TCEDA is wasting our community's tax funds with a flat economy as the outcome. The Board of Supervisors cannot ignore that TCEDA is hemorrhaging taxpayer funds to no benefit. Shut down TCEDA now. Those funds can be used for tangible needs for our community.
Other public comment?
I don't think the city needs any more time. They signed a JPA agreement. They're either a collaborative partner or they're not. And you have my permission to cut them loose.
Any other public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board.
Yeah,
Supervisor Gray.
yeah. The EDA, in my opinion, has been very beneficial to the county. You know, you can take the statistics of population. What would it be had EDA not been here? That's a quantifier. You should think of that also. The situation that we have here is difficult. We started with a relationship with the city and the county that was very good. Went on for a long time, and it's probably, in my opinion, it's probably time for Tuolumne County to decide to do its own economic development authority and let the city do whatever they want. You know, their contribution of 20% and the overall is quite small when you consider the amount of money that the county also infuses as far as legal counsel and HR. So, you know, I hate to because I think that it has really done some good things. I hate to see it in this way, but I'm prepared to make Tuolumne County strong economically, and I'm quite willing to go it with the county.
Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah. Supervisor Gray, thank you for those remarks, because I know of far more successes through the work of EDA, and I know of a number of ventures that are working through the process. I'm really disappointed in this. Last 7 months, our focus has really been on the past, and we're not looking at the future. And I want to be in the business of doing economic development. I believe when I asked Ms. Carrillo that since July 1st for the last 7 months, we've had 17 public records requests that we've responded to. And just from County Counsel's office, we're talking about roughly $38,000 in expenses. That doesn't include the time that Ms. Batista's had in her office, or that we've had through the CAO's office. And we're not doing the business of economic development. And I am also prepared to move us forward. We need to be doing economic development. And if it's time to set this aside, I believe we need to do that. And if in the future we can come back to something if the city thinks that there would be some benefits, but right now we're not doing our job. We're not doing the job of economic development.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
I just had a couple of questions for staff, just to kind of understand a little bit the timeline that we're looking at. So the financial audit will be completed by the end of the month, but the management audit won't be completed until the end of March. Is that correct? And then I guess the follow-up question to that is, so we won't have all the information ready at the time that the city will have to make their determination. Is that basically what we're looking at?
Where we're at is that the audit firm won't release the financial audit until the management audit is almost done. With all the snow and everything, the individuals who were interviewed was a week later than what they had originally planned for. They're still requesting information from Mr. Cope. I think everything is now in. The Economic Prosperity Council has to be included in the audit, where the county never had those records. So we're still getting those records from Mr. Cope. I believe all of them are in. The financial statements have been drafted, the notes have been drafted, and you can understand it from the auditing standpoint, they don't want to issue a financial audit and then the management audit comes back with some financial findings that they didn't include because the management group and the financial group are not in the same office. They're the same firm, but one's from LA and one's from Sacramento because they have to have an arm's length relationship. So they're still gathering a lot of information. The TCEDA board didn't pick the 3 entities that they wanted to compare till the end of October. It just takes time, and as you can imagine, everything that they're looking at, financial information is real easy to prove. The management side of it with all the interviews and all of that is a little harder to determine. So the answer is the financial audit should be here by the end of this month, but the management audit probably will be the middle of March or the end of March.
Okay. And then at what time does the city have to make their decision?
March 1st.
Okay. And then, and we're, in addition to that, we're also up against the gun in terms of budgeting and deciding where we're going to be next year.
The budgeting will be fairly easy, actually creating the budget. It will be working with, again, the results from the management audit and Debbie and County Council on policies and overall structure of how the board would like to proceed.
Mm-hmm.
That will take the most time.
Yeah. It's just, it's disappointing that it's come to this. I tend to be of the mind that, it's easier to fix a hole in the roof than it is to build a new house. And it's, partnerships with other agencies like, between the county and the city. I think those are things that are difficult to walk away from once they've been established because it's hard to start from scratch again. Yeah, I don't know. Thank you.
You got anything, Anaya?
How much staff time, do we have any idea how much staff time, resources that we've dealt with from county council to Batistas?
I can address for my office because we do track our time, and so I can tell you for the 7 months of this fiscal year that we've looked at, it's been over 300 hours. That none of that is reimbursable in terms of we do not charge the TCEDA for our time. If we did, it would be over $38,000. And for instance, other JPAs that our office represents, like ATCA or TCTC, we do charge, we do bill, so that would be reimbursed. And as Ms. Brennan said, we have assisted in responding to over 17 Public Records Act requests this fiscal year alone. That's just in comparison to maybe 5 to 7 last year, so you can kind of see the difference. And that does not account for other staff time.
And for my office, between drafting the financial statements, putting everything together, working with Mr. Cope, answering all the Public Act requests. I answered one yesterday afternoon to Alex. Working with the grand jury, sending the grand jury everything, I think I came up with a little over 250 hours. And predominantly me. My staff will gather up all the information, but dealing with the people has been myself.
Well, it's unfortunate. I'm part of my campaign, part of me running was to do economic development in our community. As a young person who's grown up here, it's vital that we keep this going. I think this is a policy issue. I think if Larry's done things financially, it's because our policies have allowed it. So to me, I look at it as a policy issue. We need to tighten the policy, tighten some of maybe perhaps the things he's allowed to do and move forward. I don't know how the city of Sonora on $100,000 that they contribute, how they're going to do economic development, because just to hire the position with benefits and all that stuff, they're going to be well over $100,000. So to me, this isn't about money on that side of things. From a citizen coming into this, it appears to me that it's more of it's like high school on steroids. There's just drama that we can't control, but it's happening. So be it. But I want economic development in our county. I want the Economic Development Authority. I would love for the city to be a part of it. If they don't, my phone is wide open. I'd still love to partner and do whatever we can to make this community thrive, but I want to look at tightening the policies with that authority and making that thrive for our community. And it sounds like we're already spending way too much time and effort on trying to keep this thing together. I think the writing's been on the wall for well over a year. So I think if the city's not going to make a decision, we just need to just make the decision for them. If it makes us look like we're the bad guys, I'm fine with that. I don't care. So I think my recommendation would be that we look to do our own economic development authority, that we look into our own policies, make sure they're above reproach. Because at the end of the day, I get it. I get the community wants to make sure our taxpayers' dollars are well spent, and I completely agree with that. There's been times where I ask questions of myself of that branch, but I do believe that if we tighten the policy and if we have a clear vision and clear policies, that we can make that organization succeed. And that's what I'm here for. I'm here to make economic development authority succeed.
Okay. First of all, I don't think anyone on this Board of Supervisors wants to walk away from economic development in Tuolumne County. And I don't intend to let that happen if I have any control over it personally. I do believe, given the amount of data that we've got on how much time, and time is money, I don't care. I'm looking at about $60,000 between the three department heads that are sitting at the table of staff time, and I'm thinking about the storm damage and any number of other things that we could have spent that $60,000 on better. And that $60,000 is not Economic Development Authority money. And in my mind, I'm sorry to my constituents that we've had to spend that money in the way that we have. This is not about Mr. Cope. Well, I'm sorry, it is about Mr. Cope, and it has been all along. It shouldn't have been. I think that a couple of supervisors have already alluded to it, but if there's something wrong with the Economic Development Authority, it's the policies and the processes. Mr. Cope was under supervision of a board of directors, and that board of directors never had more than one dissenting vote, to my knowledge, in any open session item. I don't know what happened in closed session. I'm not a member of that board. But so if you've got a problem with the Economic Development Authority, it's a problem with the board and the processes. And I do believe that some of the things need to be fixed. But I also don't believe that this is going to go away anytime soon, as long as the Economic Development Authority is in its current form. And waiting another 2 months, I have no idea how many PRAs are going to come in that period of time. So I am going to support giving the city notice and dissolving the EDA. We will continue. As long as I have a voice, I'll do it by myself if I'm the only spokesperson, but I don't believe I am on this board. We will continue to pursue economic development in this county. We probably need a little bit of time to figure out exactly how we do that going forward, absent the city participation. So I am very regretful that it has come to this. This is what happens when people do personal attacks on good people. And I do believe that Larry Cope is a good person who has done very good things for this county, and I think the Economic Development Authority unquestionably has done good things for this county. So with that, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I might need help from council here, but
oh, it's not in there.
So It sounds like what I'm hearing is the board is interested in giving notice of withdrawal. So what staff would suggest is that you direct staff to prepare the notice and the chair could sign the notice.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move that we direct staff to make notice to the city that to dissolve the relationship with the TCEDA and the county.
And I will reluctantly second that motion.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? It is 5-0. Okay. I will look to County Council. Can we do our closed session item at this time? Will the clerk please read our closed session item? We'll get them later.
So this is a closed session conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation authority, government code section 549569D2, and it's one case.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on the closed session item? Seeing none, do we plan on reporting out?
No.
Okay, we are going to adjourn into closed session. We will be back for our 10:30 appointment. In closed session, we have nothing to report. Would the clerk of the board please read our first 10:30 scheduled appointment?
This is a presentation on current and proposed fuel reductions, fuel breaks, and forest treatment projects in Tuolumne County.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Oh, good morning, Mr.
Good morning,
Chair, members
Liz.
of the board.
Et al.
Yes, Liz Peterson, County Administrator's Office. I have with me some of our community partners. I have Roger Peterson. He is a forester with CAL FIRE, Tuolumne Calaveras unit, and Tuolumne County Fire. And I have Marty Gamellan. He's a silviculturist with the U.S. Forest Service, Stanislaus National Forest. I brought these partners here today because I wanted to provide a presentation to you all and the community about the projects that we have going on. Various fuel reduction treatments projects, a few non-fuel reduction projects that are kind of forest health targeted. I really wanted to have these folks share their expertise with you on how these projects connect to each other, how they protect communities, how they are going to attempt to bring some health back to the forest. So I just thought it would be a good opportunity to learn what's going on, what we have with all of our partners. I will say, too, that some of what Mr. Peterson here is going to speak to today is some stuff that our fire safe councils are also doing. And then we will also discuss, Marty will talk about the fuel reduction projects that are in the NDRC grant in the first pillar, the forest and watershed health projects. So without any further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Roger here first, and he's going to speak to a little bit of the projects that they have going on.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You guys hear me okay?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Had a frog in my throat this morning, so I'll do my best here this morning. So, like Liz said, I'm the area forester for the Tuolumne County, or Tuolumne Calaveras unit, so I'm one of two area foresters. I'm the area forester for this county, and then my counterpart does Calaveras County. So I was asked by Liz to come in and speak with you folks regarding what CAL FIRE's role is regarding fuels reduction here in Tuolumne County. And just a quick background, CAL FIRE is the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection. So we were established in the late 1800s as a means to protect the resources of California, particularly on private lands. So your guys' property and everybody else's here in this room. You know, we were basically established to serve and safeguard the people of California and protect their property on the private lands. And the Forest Service as well was established to protect the resources on public lands on the federal government. So anyway, part of all that is doing fuels reduction on the private land, and this is really done through a collaborative effort with lots of folks. So not only CAL FIRE, but the Forest Service, the county, OES, the fire safe councils, and even private parties doing things on their own, because it's really an all hands on deck type of situation that we have here, and a lot of the folks in this room know that already. So that is kind of why we are here. So just a little bit of a crash course on fire behavior. I know a lot of you guys probably know this already, but for those folks that don't, in the wildland setting, there's 3 major components that really allow wildland fires or vegetation fires to be established, and they call it a fire triangle. And in the vegetation fire setting, the 3 components would be fuel, weather, hot and dry weather, and topography. Well, we can't control the weather and we can't control topography, but we can control the fuel. And so that's kind of what we're after here. So since, the European settlement here in the mother lode, there's just been a massive buildup of fuel, mainly because of the establishment of us and the Forest Service doing such a fabulous job fighting fires and allowing these fuels to build up. So it really disrupted the natural fire regime that we had here in the past. So it used to be high fire frequency, with low intensity, and we've pretty much flip-flopped that to the other way around. So now the fires are maybe not so frequent, but they're with greater intensity, and as we witnessed in recent years on the news, it's really come to a head here recently. So, and going back to the natural setting doesn't really work because the massive population buildup we've had here in the mother lode and elsewhere in California. I mean, I live in the wildland setting, and most everybody here does too, and I don't want my house to burn down, and you guys don't either, so here we are. So I'd like to think of this as kind of 2 components. We have a fuel break type of project system that we do. Those would be like long linear features. Normally they'd be on a trending ridge where resources can come in after these fuel breaks are constructed and get in there and safely fight fire and put in fire line. Not to be confused with like a fire break. That's more along the lines of getting rid of all the fuel, anything combustible in there. That would be more of a fire break. So a fuel break is just kind of disrupting that horizontal and vertical continuity of these fuels to kind of get the wildfire, the fire behavior to be more in a way that troops can get in there and fight these fires. So that would be like a linear feature type of fuel break, and I'll show you a map of what we got out there so far. You guys have gotten some binders that kind of show where these fuel breaks are, and then I do have some larger maps in the back for each of you folks to have and take a look at, and you can kind of see what we got going on. The other type of system I like to think about or component would be more of a landscape level type of fuels reduction. Instead of a linear feature, be more like blobs or polygons. CAL FIRE has a couple different programs. One's called the VMP program. Stands for Vegetation Management Program. I'll talk more about that in a little bit. And the other one is a California Forest Improvement Program, more geared in the timber setting to improve forests and get forests reestablished that are healthy and more fire resilient. So the fuel breaks, like I said, they could be on these linear trending ridges, but sometimes they're there to, designed to go around a community, like Pine Mountain Lake, for example, is a good one. Or sometimes they're established to protect infrastructure like the TUD ditch and flume system. So kind of 3 different ways to think about the fuel breaks. So let's see. All right, so how do we do all this? Well, a lot of it's taxpayer-related dollars through the grant program. You guys may have heard of some of these in the past. Currently, what CAL FIRE has is called the California Climate Initiative, or CCI grants for short. Those are forest land improvement grants. They're usually applied for annually, and I'm speaking generally because sometimes they don't offer them every year, but lately that's been the case. And those can be applied for from nonprofits to government agencies like the county, or I know Tuolumne County's applied for and received lots of them. I know Tracy's been involved in a lot of these as well. Even Twain-Hart districts applied for and gotten some. Miwok, Sugar Pine, and Pine Mountain Lake on their own. So basically, a nonprofit or local government agency can apply for these things. You guys all heard of the National Disaster Resiliency Competition, so I won't hit that too hard, but those are federal dollars through HUD, and it's a collaborative effort with the Forest Service and CAL FIRE, and funding that was obtained as a result of the events of the rim fire. So putting together some nice long fuel breaks in the rim fire area, and just remind me if I don't mention it when I show you guys these maps. I'll show you where they're at if you don't know where they're at already. So I mentioned the vegetation management program. Originally, that was designed around doing rangeland improvement, more down in the front country in the grass and the oaks, and it's kind of morphed a little bit into fuels reduction. Not that it wasn't fuel reduction in the past. It was more designed around improving feed, knocking back perhaps Medusa head grass that isn't very it doesn't have a high nutritional value for cattle, and getting fillery growing back and so forth. But it also involved doing some broadcast burning for brush species to establish grasses and so forth. So it's still a fuels reduction type of program, and lately we've been getting a little strategic about it, putting these VMPs in areas on these natural or trending ridges and where these fuel breaks are to kind of dovetail with that to make it easier for resources to come in and do their thing. So, and the California Forest Improvement Program is, like I said, more involved up in the timber belt, not necessarily broadcast burning, but more along the lines of monies to improve and establish forest health. So it could be planting trees like a lot of folks did after the rim fire, to herbicide application to reduce competitive brush species, which obviously would aid in embed fuels reduction, and also doing mechanical methods like mastication and so forth. So those two I mentioned, VMPs and CFIPs, are cost share. So the landowner puts forth some money, and then money supplied through CAL FIRE. So, and there's lots of other monies out there, not necessarily through us, through the federal government, through the NRCS and the EQIP program and the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. So all these I mentioned require CEQA, so there is a permitting process. This is the state of California, so we do have permits to obtain before we can do any of these things. So just thought I'd throw those out there. You got some maps up for me here? All right, so the unit's broken up into battalions. This is the southern part of our county here, what we call Battalion 6, the Groveland area. So let's see. So purple is, if you guys can't read that, the purple lines are basically what are existing fuel breaks. If you look at the bluish, I'm semi-colorblind here, so bear with me, the bluish-greenish line running along, that is part of the disaster resiliency competition funding. So the one that Marty just pointed out there, we call Corcoran. So it goes through, off of Corcoran Gray, ties into that cream-colored blob. That's actually the Crook Ranch. That's a large VMP that just got submitted, and hopefully we'll be working on this spring, and then continues off along the northern side there, basically along the rim of the Tuolumne River. So obviously that came in very handy in 2013. So, hey, here's an idea. Let's keep these fuel breaks going, because we're probably going to use them again one day, right? So let's see. So you see these peach-colored areas. Those are some of the CFIPs, the California Forest Improvement Programs. That one up there right around the Graham Ranch. Those few right there. And then the VMP in the south there, that's kind of an outline. keep going south. Right there, that's on Hetch Hetchy. Right north of that is you see Priest Reservoir for perspective, so another VMP. Obviously, that 49 corridor is a hotbed for vegetation fire, so it's good spot to have these things. So towards the east there in the lower right-hand corner, I don't know if you guys can see, some of that's Wagner Ridge, part of that's on Forest Service land. And then you see a red line running from Big Oak Flat from Groveland to the east. That's the Highway 120 corridor right there, yeah. And then you see one that's perfectly straight to the south of Pine Mountain Lake. That would be a fuel break that basically is to protect the community right there, Marty, yep, to protect the community of Pine Mountain Lake. So that'd be one, for example, to protect the subdivisions. Let's do that next. So this is the northern part of the county. You can see in the upper left would be Maloney's. And the lower left is Tulloch, and then you see a lake in the middle there. That's Phoenix Lake. So you see a lot of purple there. So these are existing fuel breaks. One thing I need to probably mention is, as soon as we build these fuel breaks, the second you're done building them, they start growing back. So they need maintenance in perpetuity in some fashion, either coming back by hand or masticating or whatever. So if you look right here, for example, that's the 108 corridor. That's a fuel break that got done, I think, about 6 years ago or so, and you can already see the Toyon is climbing high. So things need to be maintained early and often. Right up here, this line right here, that's a proposed fuel break, part of the disaster resiliency competition, and it kind of continues to the west through a series of existing ones all the way towards Parrott's Ferry, eventually go north a little bit. Yeah, that way. That's going to be all in the planning phase. There should be fuel break that continues basically from Parrott's Ferry all the way up to Miwok. So some of it's there, some of it's not, some of it's planned. It's all planned, but in various stages. So one day it'll all be there. There's a thin line that you probably can't see on this map. I'll just point it out real quick. This right here, kind of comes all the way down. That was actually the rim contingency line that got built during the rim fire, and you can see there's some existing portions of that. So the fire line got put in, and then we're in the process of opening all that up and making it larger through the disaster resiliency competition. And in the south central portion right here, that's out on the Sardella Ranch, and that's actually a training burn that we do to just to teach folks how to do some firing operations on vegetation fire. So you may have heard about that recently on the news in the spring and the fall. So let's see. I can point at some more, but if you guys have questions, I'll just turn it over to you guys.
For clarification, the purple is completed or
Existing.
existing? Okay.
Yeah.
I have one other question. So I'm really happy to hear about the proposed VMPs because, say, in the last 5 years, that activity has not been as rigorous as it was, say, 30 years ago? Is that?
Well, I wasn't around here 30 years ago, so I can't answer to that. But, they also had different names. Back in the 50s and 60s, they called them rangeland improvement burns, but I don't really know a lot about them.
It's something that I hear from the ranching community quite a bit, that they had a lot of tools a number of years ago, and maybe part of the conversation is how difficult it is to get through the CEQA process now, as opposed to a lot. There was a much higher percentage of vegetation brush management control programs that were utilized. So those programs might still exist. I'm glad to hear that you've got a couple projects in the pipeline, because it's part of the conversation as one of the tools, that we need to utilize.
Yeah, definitely. All this country needs work, so I would think of it as, let's start where we get the most bang for our buck, on the fuel breaks, and then these VMPs where, private landowners are willing to do some work on their land, but essentially it all needs to be done. Private landowners have done a tremendous amount on their own. If you take the Crook Ranch, for example, and I know you guys haven't seen it, but if you look at a 1947 photo of that area and compare it to today, that's one of the few places in this county where the fuel loading is less today than it was in 1947. And that's primarily due to those guys doing it on their own. And Pine Mountain Lake does a tremendous job too. And, it's an all hands on deck effort, and everybody needs to do something. So, yeah, there's taxpayer dollars to help fund this, but, the more hands, the merrier.
The taxpayer dollars are doing an improvement, but in the overall, it really provides a safety to the people around it. If you have these acres and acres and hundreds of acres of live oak and brush, and it unless it's thinned out, it's just another hazard. So, certainly in favor of these fuel breaks, and I think I've been involved with SWIFT for about 10 years now, and the work is always going forward. But what we've always talked about at that level is the fact that we can get these in, but we don't have a mechanism to keep them maintained, and I think that's something that we really need to look at, a long-term source to maintain those. But I know everybody's looking at it, working towards it. But
yeah, and right now there's a lot of money. And this county's really been very efficient at obtaining funding to take care of these things, and there's a really good relationship with all the players that I mentioned in getting these things done. And Tuolumne County has done a lot and has been very proactive, especially since the onslaught of the drought mortality in 15. And so we just need to keep up the good work, and there's a lot more work to be done. So
you had mentioned, well, I'm looking at the map. There's a lot of purple. In your professional opinion, is it wisest to be using most of our resources towards maintaining those fuel breaks that are already in place? I know there's going to be a lot of other things, but
yeah, I mean, a lot of them. I mean, I'm speaking generally, but a lot of these fuel breaks are important. I mean, they've been used often. They're old fire lines. They need to be maintained. They're protecting something important. Even if you look on what the county's done on the chipping program along, let's say, Tuolumne Road. I mean, most of our fire starts are off of roads from, people dragging trailer chains to, catalytic converters and just people parking on the grass or people generally doing dumb things. So it's just, yeah.
So is part of the overall plan to do a lot, or can we focus on maintaining a lot of those fuel breaks?
Well, I mean, again, we're striking while the iron's hot, so we got the funding. Let's use it. But when I first started with CAL FIRE, which isn't that long ago, there wasn't a lot of money. And when I talked to my boss, Adam, it's like, rather than build new ones, let's just maintain the ones we got. But, that doesn't mean that's all we need. Right. There's some that we need to open back up. Even the old Ponderosa fuel break from the 30s, from the CCC days, a lot of that's, you can't even tell it's there anymore, and a lot of that's strategic and important. So, not to give you a roundabout answer, but yeah, a little bit of both.
Okay, no, thank you.
So, I hope the public's listening, because there's never going to be enough public money to get everything done that needs to get done. And personal property rights come with personal property responsibility too. So it's really going to be important. You mentioned a couple of places that are good examples of good custodians of their own property, and I think that as we move forward in our fire initiative and everything, that the public's going to have to be active participants in that if we're going to make this thing work. And I know that's a challenge for some people, and we'll help where we need to. But I just hope that the public's listening, because it's really important that everybody gets involved and everybody participates to the extent that they possibly can. Thanks.
One more comment, if I may. So one thing I just want to be clear is these fuel breaks are not foolproof. So, you know, you can just take the North Bay fires of a few years ago. I mean, that fire jumped the 101 freeway, which is 500 feet wide of concrete. So these things still need to be staffed, and, you know, we still need resources out there to stop these things. So.
In the rim fire, if I'm not mistaken, we had an excess of half-mile spots on that fire, and that'll jump just about any fuel break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I would like to now turn it over to Marty with the Forest Service, and he is going to speak to some of the stuff that is happening on federal lands, some of the work that, well, most of the work that is being proposed either is currently funded through the Master Stewardship Agreement with the California Climate Investment Grants that we have been awarded, and then he's going to speak to some of the projects that we have requested with a new California Climate Investment Grant application. So.
Thanks for letting me sit, and thank you for letting me be here. I think one of the big things you guys are just talking about is how does this all fit together? So I'm going to go back, zoom way out, and show Roger's talking about these lower fuel breaks around Pine Mountain Lake, and then we have the ones up here, part of the rim. Those are all funded through the HUD grant, and what's nice about here is the partnership that we're doing. That CAL FIRE is out working with the landowners and contacting them and making their proposals to them. And they're going to contract out for the CEQA and the NEPA to be able to do that work. And then when they're done with all that and everything gets finalized, then the Forest Service will then run the contracts to be able to do the work on the public and private land through, I don't know if it's Wyden Agreement or the Good Neighbor or some of those different authorities that we now have. So we're partnering up. So we're using the federal money, working with the state, and working with the federal government to be able to get something done, which probably wouldn't have happened before. So that's a whole new territory there. And it's all looking at the big picture. All these different treatments here are looking at the big picture. You know, Phoenix Lake, Pine Mountain Lake, we have Tuolumne, we have Columbia. Up here is Cedar Ridge, Ponderosa Hills, Miwok, Cold Springs, and Strawberry. So we're putting our monies and our efforts and our thoughts around all the different communities that we can. So that's kind of the first thing. Here's the big picture. Now I'll zoom in on the smaller stuff. So in 2018, the county and the YSS Collaborative and the Stanislaus National Forest put in for the climate investment money. We were awarded $5 million out of a first $15 million ask. Part of that went to the LIDAR. I think you might have heard about that, the LIDAR acquisition to be able to do all Forest Service lands in the county down to about 1,400 feet. That one's going to help us in the long run for county for planning, for the Forest Service for planning, to be able to come up with different vegetation types, it's going to have a bare earth model, so we'll really come up with a really good idea of what's out there at this time, vegetation-wise, road-wise, streams. The stuff's going to be endless. So then the other projects that got accepted were one up here in the Cold Springs area. So we're looking at a prescribed burn, this big red area. The big overall area is about 3,700 acres. And what we did is we asked for money to burn up to 1,000 acres. That way we could work our way around the landscape as our fire folks saw fit, depending on the conditions, to be able to do that. Going back to how we're all doing this as a village, as a one, Forest Service will be in charge of the burn boss, doing all those plans, but we're going to bring on county folks, County Fire, CDF, or CAL FIRE, I'm sorry, I always think the wrong term, to be able to help us all out on this stuff so everybody gets training. So it'd be really great if you're up in Strawberry and someone's going to start doing a prescribed burn in your backyard and you see a rainbow of engines out there, everybody helping each other out and going through the phases. So this is the big stuff. And I think it's one of those things like Anaya asked about the big picture. So by able to do these burns, we're able to treat a lot more acres as it would be just by linear fuel breaks. So bigger picture stuff. In the same area, for the grant that we just put in for, the $10 million grant we just put in for and haven't heard anything about, same thing. We asked for another 1,000 acres, money for another 1,000 acres in that landscape to burn. So that way we're adding on top of each other, increasing our capacity, and trying to leverage all that money as best we can. Any questions on that?
Yeah, I have one question regarding the LiDAR. Is that going to be, it's basically going to give us a map of the entire county and area, a more accurate picture of where the areas of high hazard are. Is that correct?
That should be one of the products.
Okay.
But I think one of the first products we'll get is what they call a bare earth digital elevational model. So just basically what the ground looks like with nothing on it. And that helps for a lot of our planners in the rimfire. We were able to remap all our roads. You're able to look where the stream crossings are on roads, and this stuff is fine detail enough where you can see like where a culvert had blown out and the creek rediverted. So we're able to come up with those different hot spots. We'll come up with a basic canopy height model, tree height and brush height, and then that's just the basic product. There'll be different products after we go through. It has to be ground truth, so we'll have crews out there. The folks that are acquiring this stuff, I think they're going to contract with the Vaterino to do ground truthing out there to get a better idea of what really is vegetation-wise out there, down logs, a better on-the-ground thing. So then our next products we'll get out with is more of a vegetation cover of what's the veg out there. Our final product we'll ask for is exactly what you're asking. We'll have all the veg, we'll have all these products that we'll be able to then put into our big, large landscape burn models. And so you can take an area and say you start a fire in this one area and you burn it 1,000 times. How does that fire spread? Topography, winds, a lot of different variables. And so then we'll be able to come up with a pattern of where are high-risk areas. And then by doing these models over and over again, you see that pattern. It'll give us a chance to be able to then come up with that idea. That kind of stuff is probably a year or two out, but that's what we're going towards.
And when it comes out, it'll be publicly available to anyone who wants to use that?
Yeah, so it's the county who purchased it, and it will be, the county who sort of owns it, but certainly it'll be publicly available. We've been very clear about wanting to share that information with folks like, say, TUD, who may be interested. And just to clarify, it is for the entire county of Tuolumne and the entire Stanislaus National Forest, so that includes portions of the forest that go into some of the other counties.
Okay.
It excludes the wilderness areas, so Yosemite and the other wilderness areas.
And this isn't really your area of expertise, but I'll put this out there just to keep it on your radar. I'm contacted weekly, sometimes daily, by individuals, as I know you have as well, who've been dropped by their insurance carrier. And we seem to have been painted with a broad brush where the entire county of Tuolumne has been assessed by many of the insurance companies as being a fire hazard. But, based on some of the information that I've been given by constituents, they are in areas that I wouldn't deem to be terribly high fire risk, but because they are, in this redlined area that's been outlined arbitrarily, I guess. I don't know how it came to that, but they've been redlined as being in a high hazard area. And so if there's some way we could point to the work that you're doing and give that to residents to say, look, we're not actually in a terribly high hazard area. Would that, just in your opinion, would that help kind of the problem that we're facing in this county with people being dropped from their insurance?
Yeah, it's possible. I will say that it's certainly not a Tuolumne County issue at this point. It is a statewide issue.
Right.
So that, and there's a lot of factors, I think, that are going into why so many folks are losing their insurance now. One of the main components, or at least that we saw early on the last couple years post rimfire, was because assessments were only happening like above ground. All they saw were tree canopy. And as you heard from our fire folks, and our Chief White has been very vocal about this for many years, that tree canopy doesn't really give a good idea of, risks and threats. If you've got potentially a shaded fuel break and underneath maybe the ground is clear, just like you said, there's a lot of factors that potentially, while it may look like a home is maybe not safe or is at risk, it really isn't. But all this to say, potentially LiDAR, because you can use, you could see the ground more accurately, could be used. But again, I will point back to this is a larger state issue at this point that I think there's going to be a lot of effort statewide from multiple counties throughout the state who are going to be pushing for some changes on the insurance.
This is an issue that both CSAC and RCRC are both looking at and have been looking at for a number of years, particularly RCRC. But recently, increasingly at CSAC as well. And it's an issue that has to be dealt with through the state insurance commissioner's office, because the insurance companies are they're doing what businesses do. They make decisions based on, I'll call them modeling, but that is efficient for them. It's not necessarily an accurate representation, but they don't. It's expensive for them to go out and evaluate house by house in a community, and I'll use Twain Harte or Columbia, when you could just say, well, 70% of them are high risk, so they all must be. And so it's an issue that has to be worked, I think, through our lobbying agencies, CSAC, RCRC, and with CAL FIRE, working with the state insurance commissioner to put the right kind of pressure on them to figure out a better solution.
Yeah, and I just wanted to thank you for the work that you're doing. I think that, by getting this more accurate picture of what indeed our fire hazard is, we can then, use these other tools to, advocate for our residents. Because it's probably one of the single largest issues that's weighing on people's minds right now. So thank you.
It's one of the issues, but it's really an example of why it's important for us to be attending the LEDGE conference. I know that coming out of the Ag and Natural Resource Committee, this is going to be one of the topics, and that is why it's important for us to be participating at the state level, because this is really being driven by the state legislature and different departments. And so, again, I'm going to say that it's important that we be participating at those conferences when they occur, and there will be one in late April.
I think it's important to note how well everyone is working together on this. I mean, there's a common goal. We want to make our county safer, and I think we have the right people in place to make that happen. So thank you guys for the work.
Okay. So carry on a little bit farther. We'll go for what we've already gotten money for, is down Woods. This big chunk right here is the Woods Ridge, the SPI properties, Cherry Lake. So out in this area, it was the area that burned in the 72 granite fire. It's an area that we've already thinned once about decade and a half ago, part of the Granite Stewardship Project. So now the time is ripe, and the rim fire did come through here. So the time is ripe to go back in there and harvest again. So we're looking at about 2,200, or actually about 3,000 plus acres in here of thinning, and that's what this purple area is. Some will be commercial logs coming out. Some will be smaller diameter biomass. But all in all, we'll be able to thin that all area, which will help protect the watershed of Cherry Lake and that whole system. And that also then fits into this green, about 400 acres in this area, is an area that burned hot enough that we want to reforest it. So those are all funded through the grant we got in 18, which now dovetails into, like I said, we've already asked for other monies. So for 19, we asked for more to be able to then finish up all this green, to be able to then plant that whole block. So we're looking at about 2,000 to 3,000 acres worth of planting in there. So very strategic. While we're out there, we can do all this work. Hopefully we get the grant enough time to do this, plant all these areas at the same time. So very strategic, just like the Cold Springs and those other burn areas, to looking at that to be able to work in the same area and be efficient.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Cherry Lake, the water spills out there. Who's drinking that water?
That goes to Don Pedro.
I drink it. I drink it.
And then does this San Francisco touch any of that water? Or the valleys?
It's yes.
It would just be interesting to see if we could get some additional help or funding or cooperation with the people who are drinking, participating for those fire breaks. Is that happening?
No, it's not. They
Maybe-
actually puts a lot of
Because I know when the rim fire happened, San Francisco came up here in a hurry to help out with Hitchhichi. So
Yeah, it's been conversations that we've had kind of at a high level. We haven't really pursued them with specific asks, say like San Francisco and Modesto Irrigation District and Turlock Irrigation District, who managed Don Pedro and the whole kind of Tuolumne River watershed. It's certainly something I think that we can and likely will pursue in the future. It just,
They do pay for a ranger to be out on the lake, more of making sure people are camped far enough back and dealing with their human waste and those lovely things that recreationists do or don't do. So they do help fund that way to try to keep that whole basin clean. And I think they do, even though we're only down to one law enforcement officer on the forest, but I know they do put money towards funding a law enforcement officer.
And just on that same note, and I might be jumping the gun, but do we have anything planned for protecting the water coming out of lines?
We'll get there. Fits perfectly. So now same thing. We're back on the 19, asking for money, and to do things, to do active management. One of the things, one more of the big partnerships to do active management is out in the 87 complex area, Hunter Creek, around Duckwall, and around some of the other areas. So if you look at partnerships, this area and this area, this kind of gold, that is the Miwok tribal land ground, Murphy Ranch. So they're asking for money to do field reduction work in that area on their tribal lands. And they'll do the work themselves to help train their folks. They have a nice fields group that they're really working with, and so they're really training those up. And that's about 900 acres or 200 acres. This blue up here is Sierra Pacific Industries land. Some of that's part of the Duckwall fire fuel break with the rim fire, but same thing, that they're asking money to help offset costs of thinning plantations that were installed after the 87 complex. So that way it all ties in, they all flow. And then the green, all this lower stuff is the same thing. Areas that we planted after 87, burned in the rim fire, that we want to go back out there and thin. And that's about another 1,900 acres worth of thinning. And that, for reference, Hunter Creek up to Duckwall. We have Sugarloaf Mountain out here, the Rogie Ranch, the Hardens. They've been burned over 3 times in the last 25, 30 years. So some of that area out here, Clavey River, so some of this property, so that way it'll help fire coming out of the canyon. We'll have some thinning in there, breaking up the continuity. We'll protect the SPI's ground, same thing, and tribal ground, which then ties into, here's one of the HUD fuel breaks out at Paper Cabin Ridge. So everything's kind of tying, breaking up the landscape, breaking up the fuels across the landscape. So those are the stuff that we've asked for to do active things. We've also asked for, I'm sorry, Glenn, shoot me. We got one more area. We've talked about the Highway 108 Fire Safe Council. And it was all talked about the fuel breaks out there by Columbia. So they've asked for Columbia, Cedar Ridge, Big Hill, the Big Hill fuel breaks down this whole area that's been asked for. The same thing to maintain those. That's also part of the ask to do things. Any questions? Okay. We'll continue now we ask for monies to do planning. We're going to first go up here to the Beardsley Canyon area. So about this area in here, about 12,000 acres worth of area to look at. It's bordered down here. This is the fire line from the night fire. Shotgun Pass, if you're familiar with that area, runs along the highway up to Cascade Creek and then down the river. So a lot of hydropower facilities in there from for Tridam and PG&E. It bumps right up against the stuff we want to burn from in the Strawberry area. So, and here's Strawberry again, Cold Spring or Pinecrest. So planting area in there. We've done treatments in there in the past, a couple different sales, a bunch of different underburns, but it's the same thing. It's time to get back in there and relook at it and have an idea of what needs to be done to maintain these big areas to be able to protect the communities. This is an area hopefully that we'll have be able to get some timber out of to be able to help pave its way for other fuel treatments out there. The level of a NEPA analysis, whether a categorical exclusion or environmental assessment, hasn't been decided yet. This is just a matter of getting somebody to go look at this area. Another strategic area that we're looking.
Would that be a project that? Would that be a project that would potentially be done under the Master Stewardship Agreement?
Yep.
Okay.
So all of these projects that Marty is excellent, an excellent partner, and keeps saying we. These are projects that the county has applied for under the CCI that would be accomplished under the Master Stewardship Agreement on Forest Service land in partnership with the Forest Service.
Thank you. It is we. Yeah. You got the purse. We got the land, you got the purse. But it's all good. So another area that we're looking at here is the Tuolumne Canyon. Going from the kind of the edge right here. We did work out here in the south, what was called the South 108 project. A lot of those treatments, timber, and other fuel reduction work was done probably about 15 years ago, 10, 15 years ago. And then same thing on the other side. This was all what we called the Phase 2 project of South 108. That's all been completed or nearing completion. Also areas we've burned and done other work. So we're looking at the canyon. This is the basin. Down here at Tuolumne to Cottonwood Road. Another thing just to look at, to reevaluate what we need to do in there again, that then ties into the HUD fuel breaks. So same thing. So protecting the communities, protecting those areas, just how it all ties in. One more look at what we need to do out there. What's going to be done, we don't know yet, but just in one more thought. And then it goes over to our last area, the area that the fire that I dread personally, is this area out here, Cedar Ridge again. This is 9 Mile Creek, Regional Learning Center, Duckwall, or Mount Elizabeth, Big Hill, that whole this whole area. So one more thing, we did treatments out there in about 15 years ago as part of the, but it's really limited because we're right here on the ridges. We did a lot of mastication work, timber logging, all that. So one area to look at and figure out what needs to be done to protect all these whole communities. Is that and especially the flume and all that. So that doesn't really hit Cherry or Lions Lake proper, like you were asking about, but these different pieces will help do things. Fire coming up this way for the whole infrastructure that's part of the flume system.
And just one more thing on the flume itself. TUD was awarded $500,000 from the Sierra Nevada Conservancy, a grant that I think the project is just about done, of fuel reduction work along the flume and their main canal. So they're pretty good about pursuing funds to maintain their infrastructure, directly along the flume.
Do you know if that grant, the scope of work that they want to do you know if that funds covers what it is they're trying to accomplish along the flume, just out of curiosity?
The grant that TUD was awarded?
Yeah, they're 500.
Yeah. So, and the project is about done, I believe.
Okay.
Or is in the process.
So what we have here is more bigger picture on these specific ridge lines or whatever to prevent massive.
Okay. And I just heard that this upper area above Lions, there was a PG&E land that was conveyed to the Forest Service as part of the Partnership Council. So there'll be one more area that will now be falling into the Forest Service hands. We'll bring that in and start figuring out how to be able to maintain that better. We've put a lot of effort into recreation dealing with recreation impacts up there, but now this will be better that way.
And then just one last question. Are the way that we're going to be handling these, or you guys going to be carrying these out, is it based on once we get the grant monies, or is it going to be based on, providing safety to certain communities? Or how's it going to play as we start getting these grants?
So we applied for the projects based on kind of community safety / strategic forest health projects that would have an impact on the health of the forest, but also trying to be strategic about community safety. So all of the projects that you saw, we either have the money for, or like Marty said, some of these larger landscape ones, we don't have the money, but we have applied for them. And we have attempted to be as strategic as we can, both for community protection and forest health, like simultaneously.
So the gist of it is these are built around creating fire-safe communities?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that was definitely the thought pattern. Instead of going out, we know we have issues in the forest out, say, out Borland Mountain or whatever. But this effort was to make sure we spend our money wisely around the communities. On a sidebar, the Forest Service in general in the Sierra Nevadas, we have been charged with working hand in hand with Sierra Pacific Industries. They're putting in a huge amount of fuel break work on their land now. So that way we've been tasked by our deputy regional forester to work with them to see where we could marry up our management and their management to be able to get the best bang for the buck. Just some thoughts. That's it.
So I just want to mention too, one last thing is that all of these projects that you heard about are in addition to the kind of normal scope of work of the fire safe councils, of the Forest Service, and of CAL FIRE, that they're doing their projects, again, in addition to. So I just, again, wanted to have our partners here to present to you. If you have any questions, any additional questions, we're here for that. But otherwise, this was just a presentation for your information.
Okay, any public comment? Okay, seeing none. Any further board questions, comments? Oh, I'm sorry. Come on up.
Thank you. I'm sorry I wasn't quicker. I would like to applaud the efforts that are being done, have been done, and are planned. And my concern that I was wondering if it will be addressed at some point is what we have learned from the fire in Paradise and Santa Rosa and how that is influencing the planning that's going on right now. Because of those two fires have really changed things from how they were 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And I was at a meeting with a presentation by George Durkee where he had some GIS work that was done on the Paradise Fire from the time it started smoking until it hit the town, and it was only 2.5 hours, and it went right through land that had been on SPI-owned land that had been burned in the last 6 and 8 years, and it was mostly grassland, and it just partly it was winds. But it seems like there's a lot to be learned about changing conditions of these blitz fires that we're getting, and wondering where that's going to fit into what the state and the county are planning, and also how it fits into evacuation routes for the county, for our residents.
Supervisor
Thank
Brennan.
you.
So part of that will be addressed in our next item, and it is the conversation that we are having with the task force. And as Chief White has told us, and it's when lessons learned, they are definitely looking at that. When they had homes that burned up with the trees still green next to them, there are a lot of pieces that, again, property owners will have to take the initiative and make their property as fire resilient as possible. But there's a number of factors, and we're going to be talking about that when we do the education forums.
Yeah, I just clarify, I'm thinking with the county, like when you drive around this fall, there was so much grass, tall grasses all along the roads. What is the county going to do to clear that grass? Are your task force meetings open to the public?
So not the task force meetings, and that's what these meetings are intended to do, is inform. And we will be talking about that because one of the tools that we have used is roadside spraying in the past to try and get at some of that high vegetation. And unfortunately, at this time, we're evaluating if we're going to even be able to use that tool.
I should mention too, sorry, intended to say this. So one of the California Climate Investment Grants that we were awarded was for roadside chipping. And so we have begun that project actually for all of our 26 major collectors here in the county, and then we have applied for additional funds for the remainder of the roads. That is a partnership with our CAL FIRE baseline inmate crews. They are doing the work, and our roads crew is kind of there providing some oversight, traffic control. It is an excellent partnership. They have begun work. The storms kind of put a pause on that, but they started in Priest Coulterville Road, and the work looks excellent.
Good.
Yeah, and so we intend to this spring and summer to work on all of our major collectors to do the entire road right of ways to clear all of the brush and vegetation along those roads, and with
Major
some potential
collectors.
to use spray as well where feasible and possible. I've been working with CRA to get that done as well.
One of the things that I think the public needs to be aware of is your home is a high-intensity fuel source. So if your home catches on fire, okay, it is actually worse than a few trees or the trees on your property burning. You've got propane in there. You've got any number of flammables in there. You've got all the wood framing that has been drying out for years in there. It is a very high-intensity fuel source, and it leaps from house to house. And the comment was made earlier about the fact that a whole bunch of houses burned and the trees around the houses were still standing. So a lot of what you're going to need to do is take care of your own house. And we are going to have some public meetings that are going to be discussed, and hopefully we'll talk about some of the things that you can do to minimize the risk to your house catching on fire. But it can be a real problem. Go ahead.
Have you thought about goats? Clearing some of the brush? Don't laugh. It can work. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not laughing. I was going to bring that up later.
No,
There are definitely projects out there, not that I know of through CAL FIRE, but through other sources where they've done that. I mean, fuels reduction is fuels reduction.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I think generally there's cost has been a factor in using goats in the past, and then there's some supervision pieces to make sure that they
then spray.
Yeah,
poisons,
sure. Yeah,
you know.
I know Blue Mountain Minerals, for example, they use goats on their property.
Okay, that's great. I'm new to the community, and I moved here right when the Paradise Fire was happening, and I can't tell you how alarmed I was when I took a look at where I was now living because there were so many similarities. My concern, I live right in town, is how do I get out? With the clogged Washington and the streets on each side, it's alarming to me that I don't know how to get out. And I'm new to the area, so I don't know all the back roads and ways to go. So I'm thinking that for me, it would be so good to have a plan and to have some alarm systems and practice as a way of getting out, to actually have fire drills. Because when it comes, and it will, I don't want to be a hot dog on a stick. So that's my concern. And, you know, if anybody has anything to say about that, I'd like to hear it.
I just wanted to say it appears some of the discussion may be more related to the second item, so maybe the clerk could read that item.
Okay. Go ahead and read our second.
We're complete with the first item then. Okay.
Go ahead and don't go away. We'll let you have your. We'll call for public comment after the second item, and then.
I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done.
Okay. Thanks.
Should I read it?
I would, before you go, I would just say that if you live in the city limits, please address your concerns to the city council. It's not that we don't care about you. We do. but they're also going to have to be partners in the activity that we do, and it's important for them to know your concerns as well. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I would just add they are part of the task force, but definitely talk to the city because they're so what we're really focusing on the task force is SRA because that's a county jurisdiction. While the city is part of that, they are in the LRA, and so a different jurisdiction. So.
Yes, please.
Okay, this is
Thank
the
you.
1030 number 2 is consideration of approving direction to staff regarding the fire safety and community resilience.
Okay.
Let's do the staff report, and then we can turn it back over to the public here.
Okay, so as is very obvious, I think at this point, this is a significant interest of the board to the point where it has become one of your 6 focus areas for the year to create safe communities, fire safe communities, and resilience. So I am here today to give an update, as has been directed by your board, the second meeting of the month. Staff will be here providing an update of the work that we've done, and so that's what I'm here to do today. First, I want to draw your attention to the plan that we developed after your board's workshop in January, getting input from you all, and then getting input from our stakeholders. Attached to the staff report is the plan for achieving fire-safe communities here in Tuolumne County. That also has been with input from, obviously, law enforcement and our fire and, like I mentioned, other stakeholders in the community. So I just want to highlight a few things here in the plan. And by the way, this is, if your board has any additional input or changes you would like to make, I'm happy to receive those as well. So we have developed a fire safety and community resilience task force, and that is made up of stakeholders who have the necessary experience and expertise to offer guidance and information so that we can collaboratively develop projects together and then implement them. As was mentioned, at the first task force meeting that we had that met on February 7th, we all kind of have different jurisdictions and different sort of, underlying goals, but overall, we all would like to see fire-safe communities for the sake of protection, whether it's for infrastructure protection, whether it's community protection, specifically maybe for vulnerable populations and making sure that they have the proper protection and education. So I think it's a good group of folks that we can all unite around a common goal. So again, that task force, and you can see the list of folks there in the plan of all of the members, or of folks that we have extended invitations to, I should say. We had a very good showing at our meeting on February 7th, and I have attached those folks who were listed there. It was a kind of a last-minute meeting, but people still rallied because it's, like I mentioned, it's really important, and we all are united around this goal together. So back to the plan. As you can see, it is really surrounded by, or it's really a three-tier approach. We're talking about community hardening projects, education and outreach, and then regulatory advocacy. So for the community hardening projects, the plan is that we will assess the risks and threats of different communities within Tuolumne County using the expertise from our fire, law enforcement, other folks. And then we will implement projects in those communities to make those communities as fire safe as possible. In the plan, you can see some examples of what some of those projects, on-the-ground projects would be, including the roadside brushing and clearing, which we currently have underway. Other road improvements as necessary for additional ingress and egress routes or to maintain or improve current ingress and egress routes. We'll do things like assisting homeowners with defensible space clearing on their private property, whether that be providing them information on how they can do that or potentially with some grant funding, which we do have some grant funding for seniors and low-income individuals. We'll be rolling out with that program soon. But also there will be an education piece so that private property owners know exactly what they should do on their property. And that will be developed in partnership with our fire partners. We'll also do, as you heard, some fuel break maintenance and or creation in those specific communities that will be targeted to make sure that we protect those communities. We'll also do things like other community hardening projects, including around residences. So that would be things like whether it's clearing gutters or potentially providing homeowners about information on other things that they can do, building materials, say, that they can replace in their homes to make their homes more hardened to fire, and then as well as projects that would protect our utility infrastructure or other infrastructure that's important to county residents. So that's the community hardening piece. And then we'll have the outreach and education component of our plan. And that will begin next month with some town hall meetings. And you see in the staff report there the list of the locations that your board would like to pursue for locations to hold town hall meetings. Those are not quite scheduled yet, but they will be starting next month. And those will be in partnership with, again, law enforcement, fire, and other folks. So where appropriate, we'll have Forest Service folks there representing or talking about how to recreate safely in the forest and how potentially fire starts on federal lands could impact their neighbors or other private lands. You know, as you saw in the presentation from Marty, that federal lands butt right up against private lands, and so it's not fire doesn't follow or doesn't it doesn't care about jurisdictions or boundaries. You know, it's going to go where it's going to go. So we will be having town hall meetings in these various communities. We're also going to update our county website, our OES, Office of Emergency Services website, to include information for residents here in the county to help educate them on things that they can do to prepare themselves in the event of a needed evacuation or, say, go bags, or a variety of information is going to be available, what they can do with their animals, those kinds of things. We'll also utilize our local media outlets. We will also have some maps of communities that show a really good idea of the area to give them, to let them prepare themselves of different routes that are available or the roads that are available, and then we'll also have locations that potentially, if ever needed, that could be what's considered safe zones or locations that they could shelter in place. Say Standard Park is a good example of that, if it were ever needed, or the Junction Shopping Center, the parking lot there. So we'll have those maps available in our education and outreach component in our town halls as well. And then we'll also do a large campaign to get folks to register for our emergency notification system, or Everbridge. That's a huge way that we plan to, that is the way at this point that we plan to send mass notifications out to folks. There are some, we could say, hitches with that we need to kind of get ironed out a little bit. But overall, that is a good system that we have in place. And folks just need to register because we can't inform them of information if they haven't registered. So we plan to do a big campaign with that piece to get people to register. And then we'll provide other kinds of vegetation management and home safety techniques with information from our fire partners who can give residents, again, some more things that they can do themselves. I think homeowners, residents want to feel empowered, and so one of our roles is to educate them on how they can empower themselves to get some of this work done so that they can feel a little more prepared. Then the last piece is the regulatory advocacy. This is where staff really works with your board to pursue some of the things that we need changed. And so you heard from Roger Peterson with CAL FIRE that CEQA is still very much an issue, or it's not so much an issue, but it can be a hurdle for folks to accomplish some work on their lands. The VMP project at the Crook Ranch is a good example. That's a great big project, but it still requires a lot of the CEQA work. And so as much as possible, some CEQA relief to do some of these fuel reductions projects are going to be a good thing. And then there's a variety of other regulatory actions that we would like to see, and these have been developed in partnership with our with Chief White. So that's the basics of the plan. For your information, for the public's information, that's how we plan to roll this thing out, the Fire Safe Communities. As I mentioned, too, just to continue on with the update of what we've been up to the last couple weeks, we developed the plan. We've met with the task force. The town hall meetings plan to go underway next month, starting next month. And then we'll be updating our county website, and we'll have a packet of information that we'll be giving out at the town hall meetings and will be available as well. So that's a large, broad brush of things that we're up to. We've got money that we're applying for, money that we currently have, and if you have any questions or would like to provide staff any additional direction, I'm happy to take that.
Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, Liz, can you share the subcommittees that were organized
absolutely.
so people know
Sure.
the different pieces we're working on?
Absolutely. So we, at the task force on the 7th, we developed subcommittees, and that's really where we're going to be doing our focused work so that agencies and stakeholders can really be a part of projects that are pertinent to them or relevant to them, and that we can really, accomplish something. So on the last page of the plan there, you'll see the subcommittees. And so we have our vegetation management defensible space subcommittee. We have our education and outreach subcommittee. We have a vulnerable populations subcommittee. We have our roadside brushing and clearing subcommittee, fuel breaks, ingress and egress, and that's the development, construction, and maintenance of ingress-egress routes. And then we have our emergency and evacuation communication subcommittee. And then we have a policy group, and this is internal to the county, but this is really looking at internal county policies that we currently have that maybe we need to restructure, maybe we need to look at changing or eliminate. I don't know. I don't have anything necessarily in mind, but it's
revisit.
Internal. Yeah, revisit. Sure.
There you go.
Or even just develop too. So that's an internal subcommittee to county staff. So, yeah.
Okay. Can I go ahead, John?
Just a quick question and comment. Big task, a lot of work in the Napa fire and also the Paradise fire. There's been a lot of what has been and still going on criticism about emergency notification and those type of things. And I think I forwarded you some emails and stuff to look at. Maybe there are possible some outside help there that could help us with that. But that seems to be one of the major things that we need to look at is Everbridge works when you signed up, but how do we get everybody signed up? And but I know you got a good team. I just want to kind of bring it up a little bit. Thank you.
Sure.
Supervisor Brennan.
I know the sheriff's office is going to be helping us with that, and we are actually going to see some movement in the legislature on that also. So it will be part of the education forums.
Yeah, and part of the problem with notification is, in many ways, technological advances are hurting us because not everybody is plugged into technology, and a lot of legacy systems are going by the wayside because there's technology out there. And so, phone service is one of them. AT&T is walking away from all their copper at the end of 2020 or 2021. I can't remember which one. That's going to affect a lot of people with landline service and people that depend on landline service as their sole means of communication with the outside world because they don't have cellular coverage in their where they live. So, part of the communication problem is really it's challenging for rural communities, especially I'll call it rugged rural communities where you have a lot of elevation changes and stuff like that affect line-to-sight systems, communication systems. So that is a challenge. We're going to work very hard to try and find a solution for that. But go ahead, Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, and I think CAO Riggs would like to talk about the Everbridge system also. But, for example, I think that there will be a new the legislature is talking about a new siren so that when you hear it and it's a high-low, a very different sound, that's an emergency, react now. And so we'll be talking about what that reaction is, again, whether it's going to safe zones, evacuate, whatever. But for those reasons, looking at different systems and different ways to notify people that, and people understanding that there is an immediate response that's needed.
I just want to real quick for those who are listening, both in the room here with us and anyone listening later, for emergency notification for Everbridge, I keep hearing you have to register. I just want to make sure everyone knows, if you have a landline, you do not have to register to get your landline notifications. We purchase those phone lines. We have 28,000 phone lines in our system right now. Those are updated on a quarterly basis. So we actually pay the vendors to send us updates, and our IT staff go in there and they update that notification system every quarter. What we do need people to sign up for are the cell phones. We cannot, unlike a lot of the marketing, we cannot purchase those cell phones. So that's what people have to register for. We'll get more information out there, but real quick, because this is where I see the biggest errors on our emergency notification signups, because I send a lot of letters, emails, and I do a lot of phone calls. If people do not put their address in there, they will never be notified. That address is what triggers the notification, because law enforcement and fire will tell us where the incident is, and they'll say maybe evacuate 2 miles outside of this incident address, and it's a latitude, longitude. It's from that location that the system begins notifying all of the homeowners or landowners in those areas. So just want to make sure I clarified that. We do purchase the landlines. It's just the cell phones. The other thing it allows you to do when you register is you can put many different modes and ways and priorities that you would be notified. For example, you can have a cell phone. You can have fax, email, page. You can have your home phone, and you tell the system how you want to be notified. And the other thing is you can have more than one address. So if you have a child care, daycare center, you're taking care of elderly parents or whatever, a business, you can put those addresses in as well, and you'll be notified if those addresses are ever part of an evacuation. Sorry, that was it.
Okay. Before I turn it over to the public, thank you for the presentation. I just want to, I know there's a lot of people that have addressed the issue of, I need to know how to get out of here. And the answer to that question is, it depends. And I think that people need to understand that there isn't a fail-safe answer to how do I get out of here if I need to. It depends on where the fire is at and where it's traveling to. You could very easily, if we gave you a canned answer, drive yourself absent any other directions right into the teeth of the fire. So understand you need to be aware of the road structure that is out there, but most likely you're going to be taking directions from the incident command authorities, either CAL FIRE or the Sheriff's Department, or some participating partner law enforcement or fire protection assets. And so while we can tell you in general terms, these are the potential exits that we're going to use, we won't know until the actual fire incident which way we're going to need to send you. And it's not very likely, but it is somewhat likely. Fires tend to burn up the hill. So if you're above the fire, you may end up having to go over a pass to get out of the county. So you need to be prepared to do that. And it may not be warm and toasty summertime when you have to do that. So your go bag needs to be prepared for that. And with that, I'm going to go ahead you go ahead.
Just real quick, because I'm not sure if this is the time or after.
Go ahead.
But just a few suggestions or things I was thinking about. And really just a question. Like, I noticed we don't have the Strawberry Fire District or Miwok, Sugar Pine, Tuolumne. Should those be included in any of this?
You know, Tuolumne County Fire represents all of those other districts, and so
Okay.
we felt like it was kind of more efficient to just include Tuolumne
Okay,
County
I'm fine
Fire
with
as
that.
opposed to all of the other.
Until we get to the community plans.
Right.
And then once we're looking at the individual community plans where they have that expertise,
Okay.
then definitely we would be incorporating that.
And then for the outreach portion, specifically to my district, I'm thinking maybe we should talk offline, but you know, the highest up we're going is Miwok. Maybe we should talk to Frank and Sally Helm about doing something up at Dodge Ridge, spread the word to Heidi to maybe just go one step higher for that community. You know, I read through this and this is great. We're putting together a plan. We're going to execute it. We got a lot of buy-in. We got a lot of people with their expertise, and I feel confident moving forward that we're going to do great. But there are a few things that I'm a little concerned with, so I'm just going to bring them up now at the beginning of all this, just to kind of set a tone where I stand on things. And there's just a few concerns. There's discussion about potentially creating ordinances in the future. As a personal property owner, and we all say we don't want government in our backyard, and I firmly agree to that. I would rather, before we look at doing new ordinances, looking at what we have and seeing if we can enforce what we have first. I think it's important for me that we start there. There's also there's some verbiage in here about potential fire resilient building material requirements for future development. And I'll be the first to tell you, I built my home a year and a half ago. The side of my home is built out of concrete hardy siding. My eaves are concrete. Even the little holes where the fire can come in will shrink if it's hot enough. I have a metal roof. I have a water hydrant 100 yards away from my house. And guess what? My fire insurance still sucks. None of that has done anything to mitigate. Come look at my property. It's beautiful. It took me 2 years to clear it, to cut the canopy, 6-8 feet up off the ground. If you want to come look at an example of what taking care of your own personal property looks like, I encourage all of you to come look at my property. I'm afraid that if we start going down that road, affordable housing is going to continue to go out the door. I personally feel that the state of California is going to start rolling out with mandates on their own. So as a county, I don't want to add any bureaucracy to that. So I'm just putting it out there. I'm going to be looking at that. If a fire crowns and it comes up a canyon, it doesn't matter what you built your house out of. It's going to burn unless we can knock it out. What we're trying to do is mitigate those little sparks. A brush fire getting away or a chain dragging on the ground and it sparks a fire next to your home. That's what we're doing our best to mitigate. And you'll never hear about those success stories. So I want to be careful moving forward that we're not making it impossible to build. It's already extremely hard, and it's very expensive. And then the last thing I want to say, and like I said, don't take this wrong way. This is all great. This is a great plan. And I've said this a few times. I'm going to say it again. I'll probably keep bringing it up. If July 5th, a fire kicks off in our community, a big fire, what are we going to do? Because a lot of this stuff that we saw presented it's going to be 6 months, a year, a couple-year plan. And so me thinking and doing a little bit of research, I came up with 3 things. We're going to educate people, which is what we're going to do. We're going to have roads that we need to get out on. And we're going to need to notify people. So educate people, notify people, and then get out. I feel like we're going to do great on education, notify. We're trying to up that. But there's 2 things I really want our board, I'm hoping to convince our board today to look into immediately. And that is going old school. I used to be on a SWAT team, and every time we went out on a mission, the first thing that would fail us is communication. We had all these high-tech comms, and everything was all great, and we looked cool, and then everything breaks, and next thing you know, we're texting each other, hey, this is where I'm at, this is what I'm doing. And so when stuff hits the fan, communication goes out the door. I would like to see our board actively pursue sirens. They have sirens that can notify up to 2.5 miles away. I have people who are looking into where they could place these based on topography, based on population. And another great thing to help get the sirens going is AT&T was awarded a $46.5 billion program. It's called FirstNet. $46.5 billion AT&T has in their pocket to put up cell towers. These cell towers are going to provide wireless broadband, and on top of that, you can put these sirens. You could take a siren, put it on these cell towers. If you break the math down, $46.5 billion. That's $15 million per county. So if we could somehow get $15 million, whatever we could do with $15 million, I could put in 60 cell towers. That costs $245,000 a piece to put in. I could put this whole county of 60 cell towers, and if an emergency kicked off, we would have the ability to notify people when all else fails. So, and then I'm sorry, the last thing. So for me, the 2 big things are notify people with cell towers with this FirstNet program, and then we have 2 roads right now that I can think of outside of Ponderosa and then Cedar Ridge, where come spring, you can't get in or out of them right now. So I would like to see if our board would be open to discussing how we're going to address those 2 roads, and if we can go after money to put in cell towers, or I'll be the first one to front money out of our general fund I don't like to spend money, but that's one thing I'm definitely would be willing to put money immediately in. And if we don't have to come to a decision today, but if not, maybe put it on the next agenda.
Well, I think we've already committed to doing what near-term work we can to develop secondary exits from landlocked communities. So I think that's part of the.
That is one of the subgroups, and
Yep.
so they will be looking at that because I think we all have concerns in each of our districts. We can point to those communities, and so that is the work that they will be tasked with. And I would also say that on the siren piece, I'd encourage you to talk to the sheriff, but we will be looking at what that is, and again, the state legislature is going to be weighing in on that a little bit too.
And I understand that the state is trying to get some money available to do something similar to what Anaya is talking about. Am I correct in that?
I think so.
Yes, there will be. I think there will be a system.
Yeah,
and
I mean, it's a good
tone,
idea. I'm not
again, the
opposing it
sirens
at all. It's just figure out we can get somebody else to pay for it instead of us is the key.
Well, I think that's why we should look at AT&T and FirstNet, because it'd be a good way to get the towers up, and then maybe by then the sirens would be available. But I'm willing to put money in sirens right now.
Okay.
Yeah, the concept of evacuation notification as a whole has been something that the sheriff and his office has been, working on. That we definitely have limitations with cell coverage for sure. And so what do they need to do? What do we need to do to help them to make sure that folks are notified? Sirens, using the radio, old school, making sure folks have a battery powered radio or whatever. So those conversations are definitely happening, and I think we'll continue, to pursue some of those things.
Ron, you got it? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to public comment. And I apologize for delaying the public comment until this one, but it was, as our county council noted, was starting to focus more on this agenda item. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. So I live in downtown Sonora, and last year 5 of the people, my immediate neighbors, all got cancellation notices for insurance for fire risk areas. So I just wanted to point out that's going to impact our economic development pretty strategically. I already know of one property down at Rawhide where someone said they weren't going to go ahead based on insurance availability and cost. So just to say that if we can make that a focus too, I think that's going to be incredibly important in our community. And I know at least one of my neighbors still does not have insurance.
So we have been working that insurance issue for 2 years. This is not a new issue in Tuolumne County, and it's certainly not it's an emerging, more important issue statewide. It is a very serious problem in virtually all of rural California. And in some cases, some urban areas in California as well. So this is not, it's a very difficult issue. And again, I believe we had a similar issue years ago. I think it was back in the early 90s with earthquake coverage and several insurance companies pulled out of California. And it's something that, although we're very, very aware of and we're working through either directly or through our lobbying associations, working with CAL FIRE, we've been working this for a couple of years with them. It's something that the state is going, because we don't have the leverage that an entity like the state of California has, until the insurance commissioner and the governor are willing to really take that on big time. It's not going to be resolved in our favor. And the other thing that I would say we need to be careful what we wish for. We may get to a point where you have to buy separate fire insurance, just like you have to buy separate earthquake insurance now in the state of California. So it's a very tough issue. The insurance companies are in business to be in business. They're not in business to go out of business. And the nature of fire in California has put them, pardon the pun, on the hot seat. And so It is a tough issue. We recognize it. We've been working it. We will continue to work it. And you're absolutely right. It's not a good answer for economic development. It's not a good answer for lifestyle, and we know that.
I would just ask our board to promote that a little bit more, or higher levels, wherever you think it needs to be done. The other thing, so just moving on, the other thing is, as far as notifying the public, it would be, there are a lot of people who won't be able to make workshops. There are a lot of people that don't see things posted at the kiosk. And I'm suggesting for something as important as this, maybe even mailings to our community, newspaper, radio. I think we need to get the information out a lot more. People I'm talking to now who are absolutely avidly interested in the whole fire issue have not heard anything from their officials so far in a coordinated effort as far as, fire safe, evacuation routes, safe areas, and that kind of thing. And while it may seem early in the process, I think Anaya is right. It could happen tomorrow. We none of us know when it's going to happen. So we certainly have to have maybe an approach that starts with what we have and then builds on that. But I think the community would love to hear something now from our elected officials.
We're in the process.
And the education component does include radio series, and that committee is working on trying to develop the broadest outreach that they can.
Okay.
It is definitely part of their task.
All right. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Gray, would you repeat that, since it's your idea?
A notification in a utility bill is where to go, because almost everybody gets a PG&E bill or electric bill, and most of those agencies have a place where they can put some sort of note on there. So that will get to the majority of the people. But they're still going to say they never knew anything about it. But we will try.
And one other thing that we have thought about a lot is our transient community, the people that spend time in Airbnbs, hotels, and all that stuff. How do we get the word to them as well? So that we're giving this more than a little bit of thought. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, I had one.
Go ahead.
One more comment. Sorry to back up to the insurance issue. I just wanted to build on some of the things that you had mentioned. The way that I see this is going to work is that there are two elements to this. One is that we as a county have to do everything we can to make this a fire-safe community, and that's part of what the chairman's initiative is doing. We have to show that we're taking efforts to create fuel breaks, roadside fire fuels reduction, many of the measures that Liz mentioned earlier. And then the second element to that is the regulatory element, which is that we take all of these things that we've done as a community to make it a fire-safe area, and we present that to the governor's office, to the insurance commissioner, and say, hey, we've done our due diligence. We've done everything that we can to make this a fire-safe community. How about some help advocating with the insurance companies? And that kind of ties into the regulatory advocacy that's one of the pillars of what we're trying to do with the fire, with our initiative. So it's a multi-pronged approach, but a lot of the decisions are out of our hands. But for our part, we're going to do everything that we can, and then work with our representatives at a higher level.
Yes, sir.
I'm a relatively new resident to Tuolumne County. I've only lived here full-time for 2 years. Used to live down in Los Angeles. I'm a licensed, registered civil engineer and structural engineer. One thing I've seen lacking in this plan is no participation by the building department here in the county. With what occurred in Paradise, where we saw homes that were burning when the forest wasn't burning, and also taking into account that there have been very significant changes in the building code that have taken place since 2009, and I'm assuming Supervisor Kirk has firsthand experience with the changes that occurred in the code after 2009, and yet I would assume a very large percentage of the residences in this county were constructed before 2009. Shouldn't we also be including the building department in these considerations? Shouldn't we also be looking at the effectiveness in the changes in the code since 2009, particularly with what occurred in Paradise, and which will probably take some time, but we might as well start taking first steps now to at least be in the flow of information as it comes out from there, and then be looking into, in addition to all these other very worthwhile considerations you're making as far as the fuel reduction and so forth, should we also be looking to see if there are simple things that can be done to our homes that, in addition to these others, might also improve the fire resistance and avoid a situation like what we saw in Paradise? Thank you.
So can I speak to that real quickly?
Yeah.
We did have the building department was represented, and so apologize that they were not on the list. I see that here that they're not. They definitely are a major player. And another piece of this that we're looking at is how do we get some, so there's some state money that's available if you want to do some alternative energy. How do we incorporate maybe being able to utilize that if somebody needed to change a roof, because those are very expensive projects, but, get away from a shake roof, or get opportunities to harden the home. So that, thank you for the comments, and it's definitely a piece that we're looking at.
Next, please. I will ask, if you can, please, we're running into lunch, that's okay, but if you can keep your comments succinct and to the point, it would be very helpful. Thank you.
Good morning. My name's David Goldenberg. I've been living in the county full-time since 1982. First bought property up here in 1978. I've seen a lot of changes in the county, have a good feel for what's going on in our county. My career was with CAL FIRE. I was with CAL FIRE for 35 years, retired in 2006, and worked on a number of major projects, including managing an emergency notification system for the city of New York, where I was a program manager for that project for 1 year. A number of areas that you've got going here. You've got some detailed planning, which is excellent, that's going on. A lot of it, and I think some other people have mentioned, there is some, a lot of long-term things are included in that. I would caution the board and the task force and the committee work to take a very hard look at what can really be done in the short term. Supervisor Kirk, I think, made some mention of that. He pointed out some things about education, notifying, and getting people out. We've got a brief window of time, before now and when fire season will open. There's no, particular date on fire season. They can come whenever the weather changes and makes it conducive. Some things that the emergency notification systems, technology is great, but they're fraught with problems. We had a lot of problems in the project that I managed. I would encourage that those systems be tested and retested, and if they fix something, test them again, because things get broken in the technology world during the repair portion of it. I know that the system did have some issues. I think during the Dardanelle fire, people were getting notifications down in Jamestown and other areas, to my understanding. I don't know what's been done, to work the system with Everbridge since then. But, look at those short-term things. Look what can be done. There's a lot of discussions about what you can do with roads or not do with roads, and ingress and egress. There's some roads that, apparently you're working on already. That's great. But also people should be able to have information and understand that they may not have somebody there evacuating them. They need to be prepared to evacuate themselves under the right conditions or shelter in place. And Supervisor Brennan and I have had some discussion about this as well. So those things are, very important. The siren thing sounds great, but I would exercise some caution there too, especially if they are heard for long distances, a couple of miles out. You could easily, if you're not careful, create a system of confusion and possibly panic. Siren goes off and everybody's, we got to get out, we got to get out. So there's just a lot of different things, but really the short term is what needs to be concentrated on. There's a lot of long-term planning that needs to occur over periods of time, but there's things that can be done now, and you're really behind the curveball because there's not much time, before those things take place.
Okay. I don't want to, after the fact, put in place a time limit, but we are running over, and I'm going to ask you to one, please don't repeat things that other people have already talked about, and two, keep your comments concise and to the point. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Just briefly, because I know some of my concerns were addressed today. I'm a resident of Sonora Knolls subdivision, and my home overlooks the Dragoon Gulch Trail Park, owned by the city of Sonora, within the city limits. And going back to Anaya's education piece, I think it is very urgent that we educate people. When I'm out on the trail, I see cigarette butts laying all around, and especially on the benches for resting. And there's only one little no smoking sign in a corner of a little kiosk on the Alpine Lane parking lot. I would suggest big, high-risk fire danger signs. The Forest Service uses them. Major parks use them. But start educating the public that it really is a serious problem and they shouldn't be smoking out there. And we should impose fines on people that do smoke out there if they were ever caught. So I've got other issues, but I'll address the city about that. Thank you.
Yeah, please, they're meeting this evening. I'd encourage anybody that has comments for the city to make them at the city council meeting. They need to hear them. It isn't that we don't care about you. We do. Yes, sir.
My name's Paolo Maffei, and I appreciate the effort of the board in this regard because it is, of course, our number one problem here, apart from water. I want to talk about connectivity of neighborhoods and roads. And I got involved in this a little bit when I was on the board because you would often have people say, I don't want traffic coming where I am and therefore closing off roads. And we have this in our own neighborhood. And I became involved a little bit because in the Cedar Ridge area with Earl Randall, who was in the room, that obviously could be a death trap. And we arranged that the Mount Elizabeth Road would be available as an evacuation route for that area. So I was aware of this partly because, like most people who come here 30 years ago, I built a house in clearly a high fire danger situation without realizing it. And now I think most people are aware that the situation is going to get worse over time, longer summers and so forth. Our street, our neighborhood association, a number of years ago, I was the only dissenting vote, abandoned the turnaround at the end because they were fearful that the county would connect us to another road that would connect to Big Hill. It really was unconscionable that we did this because, particularly on the other side, it's a very small road, it's a fire trap. And so as these issues come before you, I hope you would be aware of the NIMBY issue and the closing off of neighborhoods. It might be a barrier that can be removed. Maybe it's a chain that can be crashed through, but make sure that people can get out when these situations arise. And so I think since the recent fire season, we all know that the situation isn't going to get better. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, board members, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. My name is Larry Crabtree, and you must know that I could talk all day on this issue, so I'll try not to. I will try to be brief. A little bit about me. For 48 years of my 64 years, I've been involved in the fire service, either on the front line as a paid or volunteer firefighter, or in management and administration of both agencies, large and small, and in consulting, which I still do to this day. So I read with some interest the staff report, and it's my understanding that this is the first opportunity for public comment on this particular issue or situation. It's the first time that it's come before the board as a report or an action item. And I would say initially that limiting the speaker's time in this all-important issue, while I understand the need to do it, is somewhat counterproductive, because I don't believe that anyone, any member of the public has had an opportunity to talk to staff as this has gone forward or moved forward. So I would encourage you to somehow find a way to a mechanism for the public to comment as this process proceeds and before we get too far down the road in this process. I want to make one comment, and then I want to move to kind of an overhead or a big picture view. In my humble opinion, the stakeholders in this are not PG&E, and they're not governments, they're not fire departments. The stakeholders in this are two categories: people who live, reside, or visit the area. Those are stakeholders in this issue, and people who own things of value in the area: property, homes, businesses, timber. Those are the stakeholders. And somehow I would like to see those stakeholders become part of the process of this task force or blue ribbon commission or whatever you want to call it. I think that's critical. Wildfire risk mitigation, for years we've been working around the edges on this thing. We need dramatic changes if we're going to avoid a disastrous conflagration. Dramatic changes require bold actions. And I don't really see any bold actions recommended in this report. What I see is a lot of timidity and things that are already being done or could be done. Understandably, when I began thinking about what we should do, and when I say we, I mean citizens, those of us in this room, and I also mean the Board of Supervisors as the leaders of the community. I look to, when I start thinking about what we should be doing, I look to the international, kind of an international firefighters creed, which is to protect life and property. In that order, in that priority. That's really what firefighters live for. That's what they taught. Every firefighter knows that. I look at it, firstly, then, to protect lives. The first thing we need to do is develop some sort of a plan to protect lives, and that comes down to a community evacuation plan for every community. Not an overall information, that's great, but we need an evacuation plan. And when I looked into evacuation planning 3 years ago for Miwok Sugar Pine Fire District, it became apparent that there are several players. There's the sheriff, who has the statutory authority and obligation. You also have county road department, you have private property owners, you have Caltrans, you have the CHP, in addition to the fire department and other players. So there are a lot of things that come into that. I'm not going to get into it, but a comprehensive plan really is a comprehensive plan, and every community is different. We, as the leaders and as the community, can and should have an evacuation plan that is specific to our community, that is distributed to the community, that the community can practice on some sort of a regular basis, and that the community has input to during the development process and the testing process and the revision process. Now, to save lives, to save property. To save property, there are two things really that I look at. One is prevention and one is suppression. In prevention, one of the first things that I think that this county needs to look at is a wildfire risk mitigation ordinance. You may not know this, but the state has such a law. Public Resources Code 4291 subsection D gives the authority to the director of the Department of Forestry to clear those lands of people who are not compliant with the defensible space rules, and then to collect the money and lien the property if necessary. It's never been implemented anywhere in the state. I think it's time for this county and this board to lobby the state to start putting its money where its mouth is and to start following up on those rules that have been in place for decades. 4291 subsection D. The other thing is the staff report talks about fire-safe communities. I want to suggest or propose that we look to the fire-wise communities that the National Fire Protection Association already has in place. The NFPA already has a standard for fire-wise communities. It's got a framework in place. It's got the information. It's got a lot of support, and a lot of, in addition to just the standard, it has a lot of public relations information and data that can be used. So you can look there for fire prevention. A lot of other things we can do in prevention. But now let's get to the suppression side, because we are not going to put out every fire. I think our goal should be compliance where possible, but required where mandatory. That should be our goal. And then there's going to be times when we're going to get a small fire that's going to turn into a conflagration. How do we respond? I would like this board to look at working with all of the fire agencies in the county to increase fire season staffing and to increase fire season suppression resources. Small, quick attack pumpers strategically located during the fire season, spiked out in high fire hazard areas where we don't otherwise have presence of firefighters. Look to the Riverside County model. Riverside County Fire Department is going away from the big Type 1 engines to smaller quick attack pumpers for that very reason. It's more cost effective for them also. But it's a quick attack pumper. You can spike them out. You can stage them out. You could assign them to local agencies, but I'd like to see some sort of a cooperative effort between all of the fire agencies, including Tuolumne County Fire. I have a lot more to say. I don't want to take your time, but I would appreciate an opportunity in the near future, before this goes too much further in the development phase, to actually sit down with staff, the task force, whoever else is going to be putting this thing together, and express my ideas in more detail and get more into the weeds on some of the ideas that I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Laura Mappin. I live near downtown Sonora. I have been asked by another resident of Tuolumne County to enter into the record her comments here. And the name of this person is Marianne Schmidt. Board of Supervisors, today I am teaching all day, so I am asking that Laura read my concerns and solutions to you. After having a neighborhood meeting, the neighbors discovered that the biomass on our properties was beyond what we can handle. We live in the Sierra foothills. Of course, there is biomass. Some of this biomass must be removed to reduce the fire danger. We need to manage it to make defensible space. The state and federal government will need to help, since the county budget is in no shape to take this biomass project on alone. But this biomass project cannot wait for 2.5 years for a power station to be built. The crisis is here right now. The constituents in this county are ready to work hard, but you as our leaders need to support them. Number 1, provide free biomass dumping. Number 2, provide dumpsters in neighborhoods for the biomass. Number 3, use the county's air curtain burner to consume the biomass. Number 4, grind the biomass. Number 5, provide chippers. However, there is something the county can do with very little cost. Please rebuild the Office of Emergency Services website to educate our community. We are in a crisis. The fire season will be upon us soon. You have no time to waste. We need the county, the state, and the federal government to respond now. Let's stop a catastrophe before it happens. We pay now or we pay later in loss of life and property. It is much more cost-effective to pay now. Thank you. We count on your leadership. Now, that is the end of her message, and I just want to add that I feel similarly. A number of us, I'm a part of a neighborhood group near downtown Sonora in a neighborhood about 20 to 30 residences, and we are all discussing different ways to harden our homes and take this action. We are taking as much action as we can take, and I agree with this presentation of what Marianne is suggesting, and maybe we can have some help to continue that action. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a question: is your community in the city? I don't mean to keep harping on this, but are you in the city or in the county?
We're in the city, and yes, I will take this to the.
Okay, please do, because
She is not.
I understand, but please do that because they need to hear it. I mean, they seriously do. Not that they don't. I'm not saying they don't care. I know they do, but they need to hear it just as much as we do.
And Marianne is not in the city.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'll be very brief. Dennis Randall again from Cedar Ridge. With the exception of Larry Crabtree, thank you, Chief Crabtree, for your comments. So far, he's the only person that has spoken about the need to improve or address fire suppression resources. I see there's someone behind me, and he may have a thing or two to say on that. But I believe that this study also needs to focus on that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're wearing a uniform. That doesn't make you public, but go ahead.
Well, good morning. Josh White, County Fire Chief and Unit Chief for Tuolumne Calaveras Unit for CAL FIRE. I just wanted to comment real quick that to address one of your questions, Supervisor Kirk, Todd McNeil was at the board meeting or at the task force meeting. He was representing Twain Hart. However, he is also the fire chief for Strawberry. I also asked the fire chiefs on Thursday afternoon at the association's meeting if they wanted Todd and I to represent all of them or if they would like to have a subcommittee or something to that effect, and overwhelmingly everybody wanted Todd and I to represent them on this committee. So we're going to make sure that all that information is shared with our districts. And of course, I could stay here all day and we just order out for pizza, Tracy likes to buy, and talk about
Can you get on that, Liz? The pizza, I mean.
Yeah. However, you know, the fire suppression is a huge piece of this entire component, and I think everybody has to recognize that we've been working for 2 years on this matrix, the fire study report to be done by Matrix. There's going to be a large dialogue, and I really believe that a lot of that dialogue will roll over into this task force and be a long-term commitment for the entire county to understand fire services and the needs of this county for fire suppression resources. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. I want to commend the board and staff for taking on this horribly important project. So I want to tag on just briefly with what Mr. Crabtree brought up, but in a slightly different manner, and that is a couple of years ago I put on a meeting with some people that I felt would be very supportive of fire water drafting points, which would fit right in with what Mr. Crabtree was talking about. If you have fire water drafting points throughout the community, then your firefighters have an opportunity to get water on the fire really quick. So I got pushback on that. It never went ahead. Very disappointed. I've still been pushing it. And I hope that that becomes part of this project and that the county partners with Tuolumne Utilities District, who's already started on it, as well as Twain Hart Community Services District. And my last comment is, and then I'll let everybody get to lunch, is we need to get the county on raw water to fight fires, which would be the ditch system, those fire water drafting points, stock ponds, and so on. Let's take and shove the cost aside of what treated water costs, but let's just say we had a disaster, a real disaster, and the flume went down. Doesn't matter how long it takes to replace it, but you're now using your only remaining drinking water to fight the fires. I think we need to think that out big time. Thank you.
I just love Chief Crabtree. I'm sorry I didn't bring my junior fire chief hat today that he gave me. So to Mr. Kirk, AT&T is here, and they are rolling out their FirstNet program. And I would invite you to come to some of the Planning Commission meetings where these towers are discussed, because it is just a nightmare. You're going to kill my dog. You're going to kill my kids. You're going to give me cancer. You're going to decrease my property values. You're going to ruin my view. So we need some sort of public outreach program to understand how important it is to have broadband service and cell phone service and alarm system. And one of the most effective speakers is a retired sheriff's deputy who lives down in the LaGrange area, because one of the things with the Danny Anderson case was no one had cell phone service.
How many more people are going to come to public comment, please? Anybody else? Okay, ma'am. Go
I
ahead.
apologize, I got here late. My name is Buffy Bandley. I live in Strawberry. I've been a county resident since 1971, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the tower and improving our cell service up the hill. And that is on behalf of our first responders. I'm a member of the Strawberry Fire Protection Board, and our first responders have difficulty.
Ma'am, just a second. That actually is an agenda item this afternoon.
Oh, okay. I'm
So
sorry.
I'm not-
I heard her mentioning towers and something about towers. And
No,
I
if
thought
you're-
it was the only time to do it.
If you're
I'll be
talk-
back.
Okay, 1:30.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay. With no other public comment, we are going to go ahead. Oh, you're looking for direction. I think you're on a good direction. Okay. Seriously, I do. I gave this task to Supervisor Brennan to shepherd, and I think she's doing a good job. Almost all of the comments that we've gotten, with the exception of increasing fire resources, firefighting resources, have been addressed. I think we need to look at the fire study, incorporating the fire study and whatever comes out of that as well. But I do think that we're largely on the right track. I do want to get on with those public meetings, however. Supervisor Gray.
Quick, you guys are all on the right track, and I think the public needs to know that we are listening. Everybody that spoke today, we're listening to them, and that's the direction that staff has, is to listen to what's said, see if we can incorporate it, if it's a good idea. Not every idea is a good idea. We know that, but there are some good ones, so that's the direction.
Ryan?
Yeah, I just wanted to, thank everybody for your comments. There were some great ideas, and some of the things that have been brought up today are things that are being worked on actively. Mr. Crabtree mentioned Firewise Communities. That's something that we've applied for a grant. So if we are able to establish Firewise Communities, that's going to be something we'll do moving forward. We're not waiting to find out, whether we receive the grant or not. So that will kind of inform our decision-making process down the road. Somebody also mentioned updating the website with more fire information presented in a better way, and that's one of your goals in the near term as well. So thank you very much for the ideas, and we're taking them to heart and trying to address as many of them as possible. Thank you.
Anaya.
Yeah, I hope you heard what I said. You're doing a great job, and so the short term, I'm going to keep bringing up. I keep saying keep it simple, stupid, but as we get into this, obviously you just can't keep it that simple. There is a lot that's going to happen, but I want to keep on the next 3-4 months, and I'm going to keep bringing up those few roads, and I'm going to keep bringing up the notification system, something that Larry brought up that I had never heard before, that I really, like I said, when a fire crowns and it's coming through the community, how much can you do? But if we can suppress little fires and keep them from going there. So I really like this idea about the quick attack pumpers, like what Riverside's looking at. Again, We got to keep it simple, but the next 3 or 4 months, that's where I'm going to be focusing all my attention on. And then after that, looking more at the big picture. So thank you. You're doing great, and our staff's doing great. And one way or another, we'll make this happen. But in the meantime, I just really want to remind, like Carl said, if you're looking for government to fix all the problems and make your life easier, I mean, we live in the forest. It's a high fire zone. So you guys, the community has to do their part. We're going to do everything we can. But at the end of the day, this is where we live, so we got to mitigate the best we can. We got to take responsibility for our personal property and for our lives and our neighbor's life. And that's what I'm going to do.
Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah.
Last word.
Thank you. Thank you for all of the public comment, because the public is part of the answer, a huge part of the answer. And we need you participating. We need you engaged. We need you reaching out to your neighbors, to the folks in your community. And the first piece is to attend these public education forums. And if you can't, then be going to the website, but get informed and take advantage of the good information that's going to be provided there. But thank you for your participation.
Okay, with that, we're adjourned for lunch. We'll be back at 1:30 for our 1:30 appointments. Lunch break, and would the clerk of the board please read our first 1:30 appointment?
This is a public hearing to consider adopting a resolution approving the 2018 Community Development Block Grant application for the gopher tank replacement, housing stabilization, and food bank for public service for Meals on Wheels program as a supplemental, and authorizes submission of the application to the state.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing and staff report.
Good afternoon, Terry Cox, Cox Consulting, and I do have my regular sign-in sheet for everybody that's attending this public hearing, and written comments regarding the county's Community Development Block Grant Program can be addressed to the administrative office. So as the clerk read, we are actually submitting a 2018 CDBG, or Community Development Block Grant. This one's been delayed and delayed and delayed. So they're finally taking the applications in about a week. And so this public hearing is to take public comments on the 3 activities and a supplemental that your board selected back in November. So those are the replacement of the gopher tank that serves Gibbs Estates for $1,953,488, housing stabilization for $76,500, the food bank public service for $391,000, both of those operated by the Amador-Tuolumne Community Action Agency. And then we have sort of a placeholder in what they call the supplementals, which is for Meals on Wheels. It doesn't have a specified budget at this point. When this one gets awarded, if it does, then subsequently we will come back to the board to allocate program income reuse funds, that is, those repayments off of old housing loans and small business loans that could then be allocated to the Meals on Wheels program. So the Community Development Block Grant Program has to primarily benefit lower-income households. The Gopher Tank project will benefit 437 households, that is persons. Housing stabilization services is 68 persons, and the food bank public service will be 2,500 persons. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about the application or the program.
Okay, do I have any board questions of staff on this item before I go to public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to open up the public comment on this item.
Good afternoon, Michaela Dillon from Tuolumne Utilities District, and we just wanted to thank you for the inclusion in this project, in this grant application for the gopher tank replacement. It's going to be a really great project. We're shovel ready, and we also want to say thank you for the Jamestown Reservoir project that we completed with Terry's assistance in a CDBG grant, and that tank is beautiful and it is working, and we're finishing out that project right now.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment?
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Judice. I'm the fiscal officer for ADCA, and I want to thank you very much for considering these funds. For the food bank, for both food bank and housing, these are critical dollars that will go to help low-income people in their situations. We want to thank you so much for your past support of our CDBG funding, and look forward to working on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Christy Conforti with Sierra Senior Providers. I'm the executive director, replacing Mr. Leon Cassis Jr. I just want to say a few words on behalf of the Meals on Wheels clients. We serve approximately 2,200 unduplicated clients each year. That's 5 meals a week for 52 weeks a year. It's a very valuable service, and we hope that we can benefit from your decision today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board.
I move on staff recommendation.
Got a motion by Supervisor Brennan and a second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Will the clerk of the board please read our second 1:30 appointment?
This is a public hearing to consider Cold Springs Development Company. It's an ordinance for a zone change, conditional use permit, a variance, determination that the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and the indemnification agreement.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. I am going to put a 2-minute limit on public comments during this hearing. And with that, can we get the staff report, please?
Do I disclose that? Okay. Mr. Chair, I want to disclose that I have had conversations with the proponent, Mr. Kearns, on this project, and also Mr. Lupo, the opponent.
Okay. Are there any other disclosures that any board member has? Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair. For the record, I'd like to disclose that I met with the appellant, John Lupo, regarding this project, and we discussed his concerns about the project. I also wish to confirm my ability to remain neutral in the decision-making process.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll stick to the paper. I wish to disclose that I did receive campaign contributions from Jeff Kearns, one of the districts or the directors of the applicant Cold Springs Development Company. I also met with John Lupo last week, and last night when I was talking to Heidi Lupo about something unrelated, the topic got brought up. But I do feel like I'm completely able to make a decision without any conflict of interest.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Staff report.
Good afternoon, Chairman Rotifer, fellow supervisors. My name is Quincy Yaley. I'm the Assistant Director of Development at the Community Resources Agency. The project before you today is Conditional Use Permit 18-009 to allow the construction of a new 128-foot tall wireless telecommunications facility. Variance 18-005 to allow the wireless facility to be located within the required setback. Zone change RZ 18-016 for a zone change from general commercial with a mobile home exclusion combining district to special commercial with a mobile home exclusion combining district. Also, a determination that the project is exempt under CEQA, as well as the approval of an indemnification agreement between Tuolumne County and the applicant. Here are the vision, mission, and values of Tuolumne County, and we use these when we are reviewing development applications. One of the key points here that we often integrate into our review process when needed is innovative and creative approaches to problem solving. Before we continue with the presentation, I wanted to propose procedures for today's hearing. That county staff will give a presentation of the project and the appeal, that there'll be a 15-minute presentation by the applicant, as well as 15 minutes available for the appellant to make a presentation. Then we can bring the project back for Board of Supervisors questions, and then take public comment on the project, including support, opposition, neutral, rebuttal, and surrebuttal. At the close of public comment period, we would bring the project back to your board for discussion and action. Lastly, I just wanted to remind your board that this appeal is required to be reviewed as a de novo, which means that the board is reviewing the entire project and is not just limited to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission decision. The project's located at 29822 State Highway 108. This is in Cold Springs, at the site of the Cold Springs Realty Company, a gas station, Cold Springs Water Company, and the site is zoned, as I said, general commercial with a mobile home exclusion combining district. The general plan is special commercial. The site is approximately 2 acres in size, and there is a maintenance building that's also built on the property in the northwest corner. This is a picture of the proposed project. Up in the northwest corner, you can see the hashed area is the proposed wireless facility. I wanted to clarify the setbacks that are being requested in terms of the variance and clarify the staff report. The proposed compound, which is the 45 by 45 foot area, which is just over 2,000 square feet, is approximately 6 feet from the northern property line. The branches from the wireless tower are 14 feet from the northern property line, and the center of the tower is 28 feet. Additionally, from the western property line, the compound's 79 feet with 100 feet to the center of the tower, and to the east is 126 feet with approximately 150 feet to the center of the tower. The setback that is required is under ordinance code is that the tower needs to be set back 110% of the tower height, which in this case is approximately 140 feet. So you can clearly see that the tower will be encroaching within the required setback. This is just an enlargement of the project area. It will help our understanding of the variance request. You can see here the tower located in the back corner. It's far away from State Highway 108, the fuel tanks, and the building. This is a diagram that shows where the projects could be built just from the northern and the eastern property lines if the 140-foot setback were applied to the property. The red hashed area is a no-build area under the current setback requirement, and this is just from the north and from the east. And so given the site constraints where the property lines are, there's very little area, if any, that can be that this tower can be feasibly constructed and meet the required setback and ordinance code. In addition, there's other setbacks for safety reasons that are required. That's 30 feet from overhead power lines, 25 feet from gas lines and gas pumps, and 15 feet from propane tanks. I didn't show you the whole site with this diagram because the site narrows to the south and makes that southern part of the project site totally infeasible for a tower. This is a map that we require all cell towers to submit with their application, and it shows existing and proposed coverage. And so this is LTE coverage. And you can see right now there's no LTE service from AT&T in the project area. After the tower is constructed, this is what the proposed coverage would look like. Green is in-building service, yellow in transit, and blue is outdoor. And the applicant is here and can answer any additional questions you may have about new LTE and cell coverage. The design of the tower is a 128-foot tall monopine, which does have capacity for co-location of future antennas. It's important to know that the ordinance code requires that the tower blend with the surrounding existing and natural built environment. it doesn't say that the tower needs to be camouflaged by the surrounding and natural and built environment. And so the tower here is being proposed as a monopine to help blend with the surrounding forest landscape. There are some visual simulations that are in your agenda packet, but I'll also put them up here on the screen. You can see in the center of the screen, this is a view looking to the southwest, and the proposed tower in the center of the picture. A little bit more difficult to see, but looking at the project, looking to the north from the intersection of West Mono Road. This is a look from down in the Cold Spring subdivision. And lastly, right out in front of the gas station, this is a view looking to the north. You can see the gas station, the gas pumps in the forefront of the picture, the main retail building, and the tower in the back. An important part of project evaluation is consistency with the general plan. I won't read these word for word. They're in your agenda report as well as here on the screen. But staff reviewed the project and found the project to be consistent with numerous general plan goals, policies, and implementation programs, mostly surrounding the provision of improving communication for emergency response, as well as communication for residents. To actively support efforts to maintain federal and state fire service capabilities. This tower will be not only just provide new wireless coverage, new LTE coverage, but it also is a part of the FirstNet program, which during an emergency can shift bandwidth to emergency service providers so it can enhance their ability to respond. The project is also consistent with several goals, policies from the economic development chapter of the general plan, such as improving infrastructure to support businesses. A new tower also can help with the retention and expansion of existing businesses, as well as attracting new businesses by providing new communication opportunities in these areas. And we did receive numerous comments from the public about that. Another component that's required for our project analysis is an alternative site analysis. And the applicant submitted an alternative site analysis report which looked at two different properties. The first one is the site of a Cold Springs Water Company water tank. This site was not selected because of the height. The towers needs to be a certain height in order to receive the telecommunications signal. And so if they were to just construct the tower or the antennas on the existing water tank, it wouldn't be high enough. Further, the tank is not designed to support a tower on top of it in order to achieve the height that they would need. And so this site was not selected. The other site that was reviewed and not selected is just to the north of this property. And this site would require extensive grading in order to have the tower to be constructed, and so it was also not selected. During the review of this project, notification letters were sent to 92 parcel owners, which is within 1,000 feet of the project site. We received 7 responses, 3 of which were in opposition, and the concerns cited were health and safety, as well as the alternative site analysis, which we just discussed. A radio frequency emissions compliance report is required to be submitted with all cell tower applications, and that report does demonstrate that the tower is meeting all FCC requirements for emissions. The project was heard by the Tuolumne County Planning Commission on December 5th, where they recommended approval of the zone change and approved the use permit and the variance. An appeal was filed with the clerk of the board by Mr. John Lupo on December 14th, 2018. I'm going to briefly go over the appeal. It's a very detailed document, and there's more analysis that's in your board memo and agenda report. So if you have any questions or anything you want me to clarify or expand on, please let me know. There were 8 points raised by the appellant on why the project should not be approved. The first one was that it requires an EIR. Second, that it violated Government Code Section 65906. Thirdly, that it violated Government Code Section 65852. Fourth, a violation of Code of Civil Procedure Section 1094.5. Fifth, that there was a violation of the 2018 Tuolumne County General Plan. Sixth, that the project violated Appendix A of the Caltrans Scenic Highway Guidelines. 7, that there was a lack of compliance with the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. And 5th, that the project was a violation of the 5th and 14th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution. I'll briefly go through each one of those. First was the concern that the project would require an EIR. The environmental coordinator found this project to be exempt under sections 15303 and 15061B3 of the state CEQA guidelines. Section 15303 deals with the new construction of small structures, and this is an exemption that is commonly used for cell towers. We have routinely used it here in Tuolumne County. Secondly, Section 15061B3 is often referred to as the common sense objective, and that's where if it can be seen under certainty that the project will not result in a negative impact on the environment, it's not required to go through CEQA. Another test that we use when we're looking at exemptions is if there's any unusual circumstances on the project site under Section 15300.2. These include unusual circumstances related to location, cumulative impacts, hazardous waste sites, or historical resources and other things. And staff did not find that there were any unusual circumstances on this project site that would result in an exemption not being appropriate for the project. Secondly, with respect to Government Code Section 65906, this is a section that deals with the variance findings. I've listed the variance findings here on the screen, and staff's response to those variance findings is in your agenda report. Government Code Section 65852 deals with uniform zoning regulations, and it says that all such regulations shall be uniform for each class or kind of building or use of land throughout each zone, but the regulation in one type of zone may differ from those in other types of zones. And so this goes back to our Tuolumne County Ordinance Code in Chapter 17 or in Title 17, which can be modified through the request for a variance, which is outlined in Chapter 17.68. And a variance has been requested as a part of this project. Code of Civil Procedures, Section 1094.5. This has to do with how the project is being reviewed. And as I mentioned earlier, the board is reviewing this project de novo, which means that you can consider the public record, receive testimony, and make all findings and determinations necessary to approve, conditionally approve, or deny the project. You can consider the Planning Commission's hearing records and decision as part of the public records, but you're not evaluating the Planning Commission's decision, you are evaluating the proposed project. That the project is not consistent with the 2018 Tuolumne County General Plan in Chapter 16. Because this project was submitted to the Planning Division prior to the approval of the 2018 General Plan, the 2018 General Plan does not apply to this project. However, we do compare the project to the applicable General Plan, which would revert back to 1996. And I discussed that earlier with you, and additional information is in your agenda report about how the project complies with the 1996 General Plan. Number 6 is the Caltrans Scenic Highway Guidelines. This part of the State Highway 108 is not an officially designated state scenic highway. Therefore, the Caltrans Scenic Highway Guidelines do not apply to this project site. Number 7, that the project does not comply with Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. In your staff report and in your board memo, I go through in detail about how the project does comply. And so I'll just summarize it here that the application was deemed complete by the county and that all the required information was submitted by the applicant or completed by the Planning Division staff. And in terms of the findings being made, again, that's in your staff report, and staff is recommending approval of these projects in that the findings can be made to support an approval. Lastly, is the fact that there was no due process. So briefly here, under Ordinance Code, we are required to notify property owners 10 days prior to a public hearing, which was done. In addition, planning staff always notifies when we receive an application to receive upfront and initial comments on an application. That's not required by Ordinance Code, but that is something that our division staff does to make sure we have early input from the public and from other stakeholders. We send notices to the addresses on file, and a notice for the project was sent to the appellant. Under Government Code 65903, the failure to receive notice does not constitute grounds for any court to invalidate the actions of a local agency for which notice was given. And finally, an appeal was filed under Chapter 1768. Your board has 45 days to hear that appeal from the date it's filed. The appellant did agree to extend that timeline due to the holiday season. We have received additional public input since the appeal was filed. We've received one letter in opposition citing health concerns, visual impacts, and that they don't want a cell tower in rural areas. We also received 23 letters in support of the project, mostly citing the need for improved communication for personal and emergency use. For the decision process for your board today, you can choose to approve the project with revised conditions, deny the project, or send the project back for staff. At this point, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Supervisor Gray, you got anything?
No, you answered my question on the scenic highway because I wasn't aware that 108 was ever designated as a scenic highway. So it's not. I'll go ahead and listen to the opponent.
Okay. Okay, so any other questions? Seeing none.
Yeah, I have.
Go ahead.
So the two other locations that were considered, why were those two chosen, and were any other locations looked at? That might be a question for the applicant.
I'll go ahead and let the applicant specifically respond to that, but ordinance code requires an alternative site analysis that only they only are required to show two alternative sites. And so they don't need to provide more information than that per the ordinance code, but I'm sure that they can answer the more technical side of that.
But how are those alternate sites assessed? Because, I mean, if I had a plan, I could just choose two sites that I know aren't going to be feasible, and then, the third option is obviously the only one that could be considered.
That's something that our staff would look at, and if the alternative site analysis for a project that's located in Cold Springs, if they chose alternative sites in Columbia, we would use staff common sense to say those are not good sites, and we would reject that alternative site analysis. The sites that were submitted here, one was immediately to the north of the property, so in the immediate vicinity, which makes sense to staff that we would look to see if that was another location. But oftentimes it's really project by project in terms of what sites are available, what sites have willing owners who are interested in discussing potential towers on their property. So it's a case-by-case basis, and we would use staff discretion and evaluation to see if the sites that were proposed as alternatives were truly feasible alternative sites.
Yeah, and that kind of goes to my question. I mean, you take the first alternative site, for example, it's a water tower that's not tall enough to accomplish the goal of what this proposed tower is to. So to me, that's kind of a non-starter. It's not a site that should be considered as an alternate.
So other factors.
Initially. Yeah.
Other factors that go into an alternative site selection is how the objectives of the project can be met. And so that's an alternative site selection it's not just tower height, because depending on where you're getting the signal from, it changes the height of the tower. And so you have to look at the height of the tower that's needed based on where the signal is coming from and being transmitted to. And the other thing that companies look to is what sites can maximize the number of users that the cell coverage or the LTE coverage can meet. And so those are all things that are balanced together when trying to choose and do the alternative site analysis.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like there's a lot of parcels, either for sale or potentially, that are zoned for this kind of development in that area. I'm not satisfied with the alternates that were provided. Put it that way.
Sure. And the last piece of information is that, again, it goes back to the project objectives. This is a project that's, while it is outside your purview of your decision making, it is a project that's receives federal funding. The applicants can explain it better, but they do look at census information to locate towers in underserved areas that the federal government identifies. So that's sort of the first filter that they put the project through in terms of possible alternative sites is the properties that fall out of that filter are properties that would meet the project objectives based on underserved properties. So I can keep going, but I think that the applicant's going to be able to better explain from their perspective of how they choose an alternative site.
Okay. And that's fine. And then my last question was going to be about, so 110% of the height of the tower is what the code says for the setback, and yet we're going with the variance is going to be to have that tower be 14 feet setback from the neighboring property. Is that?
That's the request, correct.
Is there some kind of methodology for determining whether or not a variance can be applied in that case? In terms of the number of people served by the tower, or what can we go off of to determine whether or not that variance is justified? Or can we is it just, why have the rule 110% of the tower height if we can just apply for variance and go around the rule?
Sure.
I guess that's my question.
So variances are intended to provide relief to a property owner who may have unique circumstances when there's a strict application of the zoning code would deprive that property owner of some type of right or other use that is given to them by the zoning code. So that's the overall purpose of the variance, is to allow exceptions, recognizing the fact that all properties are not created equal. They're not all they don't all share the same characteristics, that when you uniformly apply the zoning code, it's fair for everyone. And so the variance, the whole point is to allow an exception. We don't judge based on the number of properties served for a tower per se. The first thing that we do is we look at the variance findings in the ordinance code and determine whether or not those findings can be made. However, in the wireless code or in the wireless tower ordinance, there is a subsection that allows the decision makers to grant approval of a tower if it closes a significant service gap. And so that is a finding that can be made by your board today. It's outlined in your staff report and board memo that should you feel that the findings for the variance can't be made and that there is a significant service gap in the area, your board can approve the tower without the variance.
Yeah, thank you.
Just a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said 92 letters went out?
Correct.
Is that for people to potentially put the tower on their property, or just to notify them that one was coming in?
Thanks for the question. That's just to notify them. And so that's under our ordinance code. Depending on the size of the property, is how far we notify. However, in the wireless tower ordinance, we always notify within 1,000 feet of the property, both to solicit early comments on a project as well as to notify of a public hearing.
Okay. My voice isn't working. Okay. I'm going to ask the applicant to come up. You've got 15 minutes, and our timer isn't working, but I do have a stopwatch. It's called an iPhone.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. My name is Nick Taggis with Epic Wireless Group on behalf of AT&T. I'm quickly going to hit 3 points within my 15 minutes. I also have representatives from External Affairs with AT&T who can discuss the CAF2 high-speed internet project. If I failed my duties to properly explain it to you in detail, we also have a third-party licensed engineer from Hammett and Edison to speak to any concerns or questions or comments related to EME, electromagnetic emissions. So 3 points. The first point, how did we get here? This is a CAF2 high-speed internet project, first and foremost. What is that? It is bringing high-speed internet that is fast, reliable, and cost-effective to underserved communities throughout rural America. The federal government, through the FCC, utilizing U.S. tract census block data, found that in Long Barn, there is not high-speed, fast, reliable, cost-effective internet. They use that by monitoring traffic internet online traffic. So once the FCC provides AT&T with that data, they look for vendors or companies such as ours to go out, find them a suitable candidate to locate a tower to provide these services. This tower, on top of providing high-speed internet, is also a FirstNet program, which is for our first responders. And in case of emergencies, they're going to have a system dedicated to themselves that they will also be able to throttle the general public so that they themselves can have better quality communications between all sectors of emergency EME responders, fire, police, etc. And then third, the lack of LTE coverage in this area. I am a subscriber to AT&T. When I investigated this area for a candidate, I lost all service completely in that area. So it's a three-fer: high-speed internet, FirstNet first responder system, and improved and enhanced LTE coverage. So once I received this ring, if we'll call it, or an area, the first step is find candidates or parcels where the land use will be satisfied and there are real estate rights there. I cannot take property from a private individual. They have to willingly want to participate in a mutual agreement. In this particular case, when we received the ring, we identified 5 parcels in the area that met those stringent requirements. Most of the area to the south and the west is all residential. We sent letters to the Cold Springs Water Company, the Lupo property, the Sutherland Trust, the John Petter property, and the Pinecrest properties. Within 4 weeks, we received responses, favorable responses, from 2 folks, the Kearns on behalf of the Cold Springs Water Company and the Cold Springs Development Company, and Mr. John Lupo. They both expressed interest. Thereupon, I personally drove up to Long Barn, and I walked the properties with both property owners. First was Mr. John Lupo. The only area on his property that he was willing to allow AT&T to construct a tower was not feasible. It was that outcropping the rock on top of his property. Construction-wise, that was not feasible. Lastly, when we left his property, a standard operation is to have the landlord sign a non-binding letter of intent. It's just that. If AT&T picks you, you are stating to me in a non-binding agreement that you're willing to continue working with AT&T. If I can't have a landlord sign a non-binding document, I do not have faith that I can go through a rigorous real estate negotiation process and a government entitlement process. Once the Lupo property was walked by myself, I walked 2 additional parcels owned by the Kearns. The first up was the water company, the water tank. Looking at Google Earth, it looked like it was a prime candidate. There wouldn't be a lot of construction. I could co-locate. The planning process and the construction process is much, much shortened than building a new tower. However, when we finished walking it, we realized that the water tank was lower than the trees, and this is a line-of-sight technology. If those antennas cannot see homes and small businesses, they cannot provide high-speed internet to those homes and small businesses. Thirdly, we then walked up to what I believed at the time was the primary candidate, in my opinion, because it was at a commercial parcel behind a gas station, the furthest away from all of the residential properties in the area, and its next 2 neighbors was the U.S. Forest Service and the back of Mr. Lupo's property, furthest away from Heidi's ski shack, which is his commercial venture, all the way in the front. That was how we got to where we are today. The project was presented to the Planning Commission, and it was approved 4-1, I believe, with Commissioner Lupo being the only dissenting vote. There are 5 points, and I'm going to jump quickly now because of the time. There are 5 points that the appellant is going to make in his brief that he wrote to you that we felt needed to be better fleshed out and communicated. So the first point is police power. The appellant is 100% correct that the county can regulate the location of the facility. And in this case, county planning staff and the commission all determined that this site is in the best location for this facility to provide high-speed internet, FirstNet services, and LTE coverage. The second point of the 5, he mentions fall zone. The appellant argues that locating the facility anywhere in the setback means that it's in a fall zone according to Housing and Urban Development HUD. The HUD guidance relates to dwelling units only. And it relates to dwelling units within easements for power lines and cell towers. Here, there is no dwelling units and no structure of any kind within the easement area. However, even if we do apply that HUD guidance to this commercial structure, the appellant's property, Heidi Ski Shack, is approximately 400 feet away from the proposed tower. The tower is only 128 feet tall. Thirdly, I'd like to talk about the variance. Supervisor Campbell had some very, very good questions about the variance. How were we able to meet this very tough bar, this threshold, and how it related to this project? So the appellant states that the wireless facility could be placed on his property without a variance. Well, this argument supports the variance because the site itself, the current property, because of the PG&E lines, the propane tank, makes the variance necessary. There is not a grant of special privilege because other owners' property in the area, like the appellants, they do not have these physical limitations, including the propane tanks, the gas station, all those other safety concerns, and they could develop a wireless facility without a variance. That means that this variance does not grant a special privilege unavailable to the other properties. Quickly, noise. The appellant has concerns about the wireless facility being, quote, as loud as an airport. Here, the only equipment that's going to make noise is a small HVAC unit and a generator for emergency services only if power goes out. In the event of an emergency, people do not lose their phone service, internet, and FirstNet capabilities for our first responders. Additionally, this project will be and must be consistent with the condition of approval that requires the noise level to be at or less than 50 decibels at the property line. It's already in the conditions of approval. And finally, EME emission concerns and the concerns of the site signage that will be on the tower itself, not on the fencing, but on the tower itself. Again, we have a representative from Hammett Edison here to discuss any concerns, questions, comments you might have. But again, there will be one warning sign on the tower itself for employees and agents when they're working on the tower and they might have to climb the tower for any work. That in no way is related to this tower not being in compliance with the FCC's federal guidelines. Again, we have the EME emissions report. We also hired a third outside consultant firm to review that report and the findings of that report to determine our consistency with the FCC's guidelines. I know that was a lot. I was trying to get through it without burning up our time and be respectful of your time. If there are any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer those, to bring up Julie Tone of External Affairs with AT&T or Bill Hammett of Hammett and Edison. Thank you.
Board have any questions?
Question on the alternative site on the top of the, been up there many times.
Quincy, could you pull that photo up?
Atop of the rock. Now, that site was on Mr. Lupo's property?
Yes, sir. That's Mr. Lupo's property. I walked the site in the wintertime. You could see the photos. It was last winter. It was quite cold. I personally identified two areas on his parcel that I felt would meet the technical requirements to provide cell service, high-speed internet service. And could be constructed. One was at the front of his parcel, just to the, well, you won't see it there, but near Heidi's Ski Shack. And then at the very back of his property, very close to where the current proposal is. Both of those areas he was not comfortable with, and he asked us to walk to the top of this outcrop here, and that was the final location that he was satisfied at that time we constructed. That's construction feasibly not possible.
Okay, and then this is a question that might be beyond the project in a sense, but do you have plans for any other cell towers in the vicinity to make up your grid?
So there are several projects in Tuolumne County that we have already received approval on in our building. The next nearest facility is going to be a co-location on Strawberry Peak. We call that Project Pinecrest. We look for co-locations as much as possible. It's easier for me. I don't have to get nervous and stand in front of a board, and we can get the projects built very, very quickly.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other board questions?
Just for confirmation, the other neighbor is the U.S. Forest Service. I think I heard you say that.
That's correct. Yeah, backing up to this project is the U.S. Forest Service. Yes.
So, sorry, I have one question. So, what's the process by which you select sites? I mean, you looked at these 3 sites. Did you look at more?
Yes, sir. So when we receive what we call search rings, so once AT&T receives their data from the FCC telling AT&T, here's the areas that are underserved, go get us a tower and provide high-speed internet as quickly as possible, we use that ring, that vicinity, to canvass the area with letters. So we use property profile, First American, and what we first look at is the zoning requirements of that jurisdiction. Is it residential? Is it commercial? Does the zoning allow it? And then the size. Can we somehow fit it in there and make it work? And if those 2 answered are yes, then we send out mailings, letters. Hello, this is who we are. We represent AT&T. We would like to, negotiate potentially walking your site with you, your property, and building a site. We send out letters, and if available, we make phone calls if their numbers are available. Once people respond back to us, we then quickly try and establish days to walk their properties with them. If landlords are unresponsive or unwilling, then we have to disqualify that parcel simply for the fact we can't force them to locate a tower on their property. We're not a government agency. We cannot take any part of their property through eminent domain. So unless they get back to us, we have to disqualify them. And as this program, CAF2, is a federally funded program, AT&T is mandated to have very strict timelines to get high-speed internet up and running in a very short period of time. I believe since 2016, they had a requirement within 18 months to have 60 to 80% living units in the United States within their purview to be up and running and on air.
So you're basically looking for property that's within the ring.
That's right.
That's not, hopefully not residential.
That's right.
And then willing to work with you.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
And so these 3 properties were the only that checked those boxes.
That's right. Again, I sent out letters to 6 owners of record that met those strict zoning requirements. And of those 6, only Mr. Kearns and Mr. Lupo got back to me. And we're talking within a 4 to 6 week period. So we didn't quickly, in a week, turn around and go and meet them. This was a 4 to 6 week process of vetting who's coming at us, who's getting back to us. And with that period of time, those were the only 2 landlords who reached out to us and expressed interest in continuing on with the feasibility of this project.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So thank you very much. And we will hear from the appellant, who also has 15 minutes by my stopwatch.
Hello.
Good morning, afternoon, one of the above.
I'm John Lupo. And I was a little confused by what was happening today because the agenda didn't say this was a hearing on my appeal for the Planning Commission's decision. And I was also informed that the staff would be, I had requested when I scheduled, when I discussed this with Ms. Jamar, scheduled this, I told her that because of the government shutdown, I might be requesting a continuance because part of my research involves dealing with the Forest Service. And we had the shutdown. I've been trying to talk to Beth Martinez at the Forest Service for weeks, and we haven't set up a meeting. She hasn't been returning my calls. I went there today. So I was informed that the staff would also be recommending a continuance on this hearing, but apparently that didn't happen. So I was a little confused about what was going on, but I did submit the supplemental brief to you, which hopefully clarified some of my arguments. But I just wanted to say,
Quick question, give him an extra 5 seconds. Was a supplemental brief given to staff?
No, I made 5 copies. I've given to the county counsel's office.
We distributed them, yes.
All right, thank you. They got them.
And I also submitted an addendum last week. I'm not against cell phone towers. I'm not against wireless connectivity in Cold Springs. I'm not against that.
Sir, would you please address the board?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And speak into the microphone. Thank you.
I'm not against this technology. I'm not. But this is not the right place to put it for a couple of reasons. I am for property rights. And as I've said to people sitting here, if our seats were reversed, I would fight for your property rights to defend your property. That's why I'm here. I'm trying to defend my property as I would fight for anybody in this room to defend his or her property. And I'm also fighting to defend the law, because what's happened here with this Planning Commission decision is against the law. That's what I'm doing here. This presentation that has happened by both the staff and the applicant is not following the law. It's, I don't know if you want to call it disingenuous or uninformed or what, but it's not. And so what I'd like to do quickly, again, this is supposed to be a hearing on my appeal, and I wasn't anticipating, if that happened, that there'd be a strict time limit, because there's a lot of issues that need to be covered as I exhaust my administrative remedies. This is not the only place this tower can go. It can go other places, and we can still follow Tuolumne County law and state law. I made some pictures here for you to see. I don't have copies. I can make copies for everybody, because one of the first topics we talked about was alternative sites. If you want to look at these pictures, we can while I talk. May I approach?
Sure.
Okay.
To our CAO, and she'll pass them down the dais.
This is the entrance to the water tower property. There's water towers. There's another picture of a water tower. Here's a picture from the water tower property, and you can see in the distance Strawberry Peak, I believe. So line of sight.
I need you to speak from the microphone. And
sorry. The next pictures, I got some pictures of state property right nearby within the search ring. That would be a much better place to put it. And then there's 3 pictures. And in the background, you can, when you look at the 2 signs, you can see a hill. On top of the hill is that water tower property. I'm sorry. That's the place to put this thing, is the water tower property. It doesn't have to go on the tower. If you look at the new hospital that they just built, there's cell towers right next to those water towers. It doesn't have to go on top. What this place, the proposed site, is just the most convenient, cost-effective place. Okay? It can go at the other end of that building. It would cost them money to move the lines and the leach field, but that's part of the variance law. That's up to them. And then here's 2 pictures of 60 acres for sale mixed use right up the street in Cold Springs within the search ring.
Mr. Lupa, real quick, this picture of Genesis Park, are you suggesting it go on the back hill? Is that what you're saying?
There's pictures that go with that. The pictures aren't very good.
Are you suggesting the back of the hill?
No, there's a flat spot
okay.
right there, a big flat spot. That hill in the back is got the water tower property. So if you have any questions, that just stop and we'll talk about the questions. So this isn't the only place this has to go. I'm not against this, but I think we should follow the law. And again, I would fight to protect anybody's property. As far as what Nick addressed, some of my concerns, yes, you do have the police power to approve or deny location of towers. According to the Telecommunications Act, you can't prohibit location of a tower. You're not doing that. There's other places this can go. In addition to that, the Communications Act also requires federal land to be available to cell tower companies. There's federal property right behind the proposed site. Federal law would make that available to these towers. Federal law in that act also, I have copies of the act if you want to see it. Federal law also would facilitate the state property for this. And that property I showed you with the 2 signs there by Jeunesse Park, that's state property. It can go right there, and it's way back off the highway. That's the place to put it. This HUD fall zone, my concern, there's very little research on the impact of cell towers on commercial property. So I'm just trying to extrapolate what's available for residential use. And this cell tower will not be 400 feet from Heidi's Ski Shop. It's much less than that. If you look at the site maps and draw out the distances, it's not 400 feet. And again, my property goes all the way back. This is going to be 20 feet from my property line. Nobody in this room, nobody in those seats would want this cell tower 20 feet from your property. This is a huge thing. Nobody would want that, okay? And I would fight for anybody to do that. When Nick came to my property, I expressed interest because I wanted to find out what was going on. I had CalNet contact me earlier to put a pole on top of my volcanic mound there. And he said it's like a 2-inch metal pole, 10 feet high, a little concrete footing. That'll give Cheryl Kearns internet. I said, okay, yeah, let's check it out. Well, it never came to fruition. I got a letter from Epic Wireless saying we'd like to put a pole on your property. So I said, okay, come on out. We talked about it. We looked around. He explained what it was. I'm thinking, I don't want any part of this. He explained the variance law. I said, okay, well, then it's not going to happen because we got the variance law. So not only did I not want that huge thing, I thought it would not happen because of the variance law. I never signed a letter of intent. He asked me to sign a piece of paper saying he had been there and talked to me so he could report back to his bosses. I know that emission concerns aren't allowed by the TCA. I know that. So I'm not addressing that. And I never said that this was going to be noise like an airport. I never addressed that in my supplemental brief because I understand the standards applied. I didn't argue with that. So unless you have a question, I'd like to keep me posted on my time, please, so I don't run out. I'd like to just briefly go through the table of
You're at 8.5 minutes.
to go.
No, into 15.
Oh, great. So I'd like to go quickly through my table of contents in my supplemental brief, which I wish you read because it addresses the law. First, if you have it, if you have my supplemental brief, if you don't, I'll just go through it. The variance law, the standard of review for this decision, for the Planning Commission's decision, is whether it's abuse of discretion. And it's an abuse of discretion if the findings upon which the Planning Commission based its decision are not supported by substantial evidence and or they do not comply with state or local law. And almost all the findings in that report do not comply with local law. That's what we're talking about. Was that decision an abuse of discretion? And it was. You only need one finding to not comply, and multiple findings don't comply. First, they're not giving you the whole law here on variances, 65906. Yes, variances are intended to provide parity to property owners. If something is wrong, if there's a special circumstance on someone's property that keeps it from enjoying privileges that other properties in the vicinity already enjoy, then the variance may be granted. No other property, especially mine next door, has a setback variance. No property has cell tower development. This would be exactly that, a grant of a special privilege. This does not comply with that law, okay? It does not. The county law mirrors the state law. The findings do not address that. There are no other privileges like that. This violates that state and county law. This is not, finding D in that report, this is not necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of substantial property rights of the applicant. Substantial property rights do not include variances or conditional use permits. Those are privileges. They are not rights, okay? To deny the cell tower does not deny the applicants of substantial rights. These are privileges. There is no right to develop. There's a right to pursue development based on what's in the code, but there's no right to a variance or conditional use permit or any development. It's all conditional. It's discretional. And yes, it will be detrimental to the welfare of the area and improvements to property. They mentioned some general plan requirements, but the general plan says a cell tower should not be put along County Scenic Route 108 unless there's two findings. One finding has to be that no other location is technologically feasible, and the other finding is no less visible site is feasible. The findings in the report don't address that, and they did not address that in their presentation. As far as CEQA goes, this project has been miscategorized as a Class 3 exempt project. It's not 2,500 square feet or less, because the fence around it alone is 45 by 45, 2,050. If law says you include the faux branch structure, this is a 12-story project. People are going to be climbing up there. Even if you take out the first 30 or 40 feet, we're talking more than 5,000 square feet on this project. It is not a Class 3 project for the 2,500 square feet, and they categorize it as though it's 10,000 square feet or less, but they leave out the wording that's in the law. That applies to projects in an urbanized area. This is not an urbanized area. It's a rural area. If you look at CEQA guidelines, this doesn't qualify as an urbanized area. And second, they mentioned the unusual circumstances. This does qualify as having a significant...
Sir, you have 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you. As a reasonable possibility of having a significant effect on the environment because of unusual circumstances. Case law says unusual circumstances can be size and location. This tower is unusual compared to the area. It's 100 feet taller than anything else in the area. It's much bigger in square footage than anything else in the area. And its location is unusual because it's unusually intrusive. The state highway guidelines do apply to this, even though it's not an officially designated scenic highway. It's on the scenic highway list for approval. It's on the master guidelines. If you read the guidelines, they do apply. And it says a cell tower along Highway 108 will be classified as a major intrusion because it degrades the view and has a severe impact.
Sir, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. So this does not qualify for an exemption, and it does qualify as a significant effect on the environment due to size and intrusive location. And with the use permit, if you go through the agenda report, which I put in the supplemental packet, and you go through my arguments one by one, finding by finding, you'll see that this does not comply with state law, county law, the general plan. It doesn't belong here. Just move it. Just move it to another place. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you. You made it with 20 seconds to spare.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, please.
could I make one comment in response? The standard of review for your board here is de novo. It is not the substantial evidence standard that Mr. Lupo is stating. So it's de novo. You're reviewing the whole project,
Understand.
not just the Planning Commission's decision.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
The photos I gave, I don't know where they are.
They're now a matter of public record because anything that's used here is part of the public record.
Could you approve me having them so I could make copies?
You can check with our clerk of the board at the conclusion of the public hearing.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Bear with me for a second. I lost my spot here.
It's only 217 pages.
Yeah, well, I understand.
You lose that.
And I'm 68 years old, so. Okay. So does any board member, I'm sorry I dismissed the appellant so quickly. Does any board member have any questions of the appellant? Well,
Of the applicant,
because of what Lupo had brought up.
Okay. You want to come back up?
Yeah.
Just, Nick, real quick.
Chair, I have a follow-up question.
I also brought up here with me Julie Tone of External Affairs. Go ahead, Supervisor.
You said two parties were interested, Mr. Lupo and the Kearns.
Yes, sir.
The letter that was sent out, was it stating there was going to be a cell phone? Was it for a cell phone tower?
Correct. So our letters that we send out for garnering interest on projects describe in brief detail the CAF2, in this case, the CAF2 high-speed internet project. It mentions a cell tower would be, located on their property. It doesn't describe this type of design. Those things change all the time as we go through planning. It just mentions a cellular tower. And then it gives average rent rates that the landlord could expect we would negotiate if they were to go through with the project.
So in the letter, it tells you there's going to be a tower and we'll negotiate rent.
Exactly. It's AT&T wants to build a cell site out here, and your property has been selected as a prime candidate to do that. Yeah. If you are interested, please get back to me. Here's my card, my number, and we'll set up a time to do a feasibility walk, whereupon if that is concluded is successful, here's a letter of intent that's non-binding stating that you would continue on if AT&T chooses you as a primary candidate.
So cell tower, we're going to negotiate price. And then second thing, if you were to have built it on Lupo's property, would he have to have required a variance?
There were two locations on his property that I found that were suitable that would not have required a variance, and the third was on top of the hill outcrop, which was not a qualified location for a cell tower that AT&T builds.
So there's the chance if that third location, he would have had to request a variance?
That third location, no.
Because you were never going to choose that.
Actually, possibly, because I don't know the surveyed line between that property line and that outcrop, because that outcrop is right there against that property line.
Okay.
But again, there were at least two areas that I found on his property that potentially would not have required a variance. But again, when we give the engineers the lat and longs, right, they still have to determine what height that's going to need to clear those trees and any other topographical features, because it's a line of sight technology. And if you move a tower even 100 yards, can drastically impact the ability of how many homes can receive this, as well as his small business. But I'll allow Julie Tone to briefly speak on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So good morning. My name is Julie Tone. I'm Executive Director with the AT&T External Affairs. And I want to make a couple comments. The purpose
just before you make comments.
Yes.
Okay, you can respond. You've had your day in court. So you can respond to questions from the board. So if you're responding to his question,
yes.
Fine. But you don't get any additional time.
Right, correct.
Okay.
So to answer your question, the purpose of AT&T wanting to build and looking at the sites is to provide high-speed broadband internet first. That's the purpose of us looking at Cold Springs, because the FCC identified those census blocks in that particular location of individuals and communities and businesses that had no high-speed broadband internet. And so AT&T is wanting to come to Tuolumne County and build high-speed broadband internet. So what that means is those homes will have a device that looks like a medium-sized pizza box located somewhere in their living unit inside their property, whether it's attached to their home or coming up off the ground, that has to have direct line of sight to that cellular tower to be able for us to provide high-speed broadband internet at 10 megs down, 1 meg up. Okay, exceeding that speed. That is the whole purpose of why we're here. We do have the benefit of being able to build that tower. We will also put antenna array around that tower to provide wireless coverage and public safety, the FirstNet network. So that's the whole reason why the site location is extremely important, because we must meet the mandated census block that is provided to us by the FCC. It's not AT&T dictating the location, it's the location dictating the best coverage for those living units in that particular area. So I wanted to make that clear.
Okay. Supervisor Campbell, I think, was first.
Yeah. Going to a statement Mr. Lupo made, I was looking for some more information from you. can you build a cell phone tower on U.S. Forest Service land or state property? And is that typically done? And did you look at any of the areas in that area that any of the parcels in that area that met those standards?
You walked it, so you can.
Supervisor, yes. So U.S. Forest Service, if we looked at that property back there, and when we determined that it was U.S. Forest Service, there was two reasons why we disqualified them from the project. The first is the amount of grading and tree removal that would have been required to bring in utilities and access road, and the environmental impacts to that were far greater than an already pre-existing commercial use. And then the second reason, U.S. Forest Service being federally owned, is minimum 2 to 3 year process, particularly when it's not already zoned for communication facilities. And being that this federal program has a strict timeline of being on air within a certain period of time, that did not meet those requirements. Hence why the U.S. Forest Service was not a qualified candidate for this particular location.
Okay, right. So it's significantly more difficult to build a tower on federal land.
It's not significantly more difficult. There's much more intrusion to the natural environment.
Okay.
And the real estate rights to work with the federal government and the U.S. Forest Service, if it's not already zoned to have commercial activities, would last longer than 2 to 3 years to get that rezoned before we could even commence real estate negotiations.
So it is more difficult. It takes more time.
It takes more time, correct.
Okay.
So if that was the only candidate, if that was the only candidate, we would have had to move this ring out of this area because we have strict timelines to meet with the federal government's required mandates on this program.
Okay, and does that hold pretty much true with state property as well? Did you look into that?
So California state property also is a very, very long process. However, the parcel that he's referring to is too far north for the engineers. They decided, the technology dictated that the location has to be close enough to these homes. Again, the unique project here is not just LTE. If it was LTE, we most likely could put this tower pretty much wherever we want. If everyone has their phones out, I don't see a cell tower anywhere, but our phones work right now. But the high-speed internet is a line-of-sight technology. It's far, far different than standard LTE coverage.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
John.
Yeah, you mentioned you sent out 6 letters to prospective.
We identified 6 parcels that would qualify.
And you've got 2 back. Where Mr. Lupo has mentioned other pieces of property. Were any of those properties that he mentioned on your list of the 6 letters that you sent out?
You know, I'm unaware of the parcels that he identified. What I can tell you is that search ring, that radius was a very small search ring due to the proximity to the community right there just southwest of the Highway 108.
Because do remember that it is line of sight, and so we have a tree
we get
issue.
it.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
We get it.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, both applicant and appellant. Okay, we're going to now enter the public comment period, and this is the way it's going to work. First of all, everyone gets 2 minutes, and I will cut you off at 2 minutes. So please make your comments within that time frame. We will first hear from people who are speaking on behalf of the project. Then we will hear from people who are speaking against the project. After we have heard all the people for the project and against the project, I will then ask for people that are neutral. After that happens, what will then happen, and I'll remind you when we get there, but anyone who spoke in favor of the project, if they feel compelled to rebut any comments in opposition to the project, they will have an opportunity to speak. Only those that have spoken for the project may rebut someone that speaks against the project. If there are no rebuttals, there will be no rebuttals. If there are rebuttals, then anyone who has spoken against the project may rebut any comments that were made in rebuttals. not anything else. Okay? Am I correct on all of that?
Yes.
Okay. So for, against, neutral, then rebuttals, and then if there are rebuttals, and only if there are rebuttals, there will be surrebuttals. So I am going to open it up for public comments in favor of the project. Mr. Kearns.
Thank you, Supervisor Roderfer. That was a very, very good explanation of what's going to happen. Thanks for having me here today. I appreciate your time. I appreciate staff's done a fantastic job. My name's Jeff Kearns. I'm with Cold Springs Development Company. Cold Springs Development Company is just a small real estate holding company that members of my family, my father, my aunt, and my sister were all a part of it. And again, I want to appreciate Quincy and Kim and Terrence and David's time on this because they've, as you can see, put in a tremendous amount of time and effort. We also own Cold Springs Water Company. That was brought up earlier, the water tank lot. We would have been fine to have it there too as well. They disqualified it for, you have to ask their reasons, but I believe it was access was one of the main things. You know, a couple of years ago, there was for lack of a better term, a town hall meeting that was held at Dodge Ridge. And there was quite a few people there. And it discussed high-speed internet, cell coverage for the mountain areas up there. And it was very favorably received at that time. This is kind of I see this as kind of a byproduct or a result of that meeting. So on behalf of Cold Springs Development Company and my family, I respectfully ask for you to pass this today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Thank you.
Next in favor.
Hi, my name is Bob Raw. I own the home at 2611 Inyo Drive in Cold Spring. My wife Kathleen and I own that, and we've built the home there in 2000, finished it in 2001. This past fall, we had some guests up to spend the weekend, and we had one elderly sister take a fall down the hill. She got disoriented, and fortunately, I had a landline I could go to. But when the first responders were trying to find us down at the bottom of at Inyo, they couldn't find us. And so it took an extra 15 minutes for them to get there. She had a broken neck, and it was very critical. And I'm 70 years old, and I go up there and I work every week. I own a residence in Riverbank, too. And I go up there by myself. And it's kind of dangerous because we're on a hill. I'm always working up there every week. And if I fall, I want to be able to call somebody. My former neighbor, El Maria, who was stung by a bunch of wasps, laid in the middle of Inyo Drive for over a half hour a few years ago before someone came and found him because he went into anaphylactic shock. I think it's important that we get some cell service up there and internet as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Barry Lloyd, and I'm the resident camp director at Janess Park Christian Camp, representing 14 full-time families that live and work at Janess Park. Communication is key. Connection at Janess Park is copper wire put in place decades ago. When AT&T comes down to work on the phone lines, we all go home to check our home's line to make sure that they are still working. A cell tower would keep 14 families connected to online school, family, and internet searches. In 2018, Janess Park has served 10,000 campers. A cell tower would allow parents, especially mothers, to keep connected to their camper. New tower would support Janess Park as a business. Our current internet is 6 megabytes with 4 T1 lines at $2,600 a month for phone and internet. A cell tower could possibly bring in higher speed internet at a greatly reduced rate. I just encourage your support of a cell tower project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I submit this as well?
Sure. Thank you.
My name is Mike Sodergren. I'm a resident of San Jose, California, but we've owned a property in Cold Springs for nearly 30 years now. My family loves the area and the people on the Highway 108 corridor and the Tuolumne County populace in general. We have shopped here, dined here, skied here, boarded here, hiked here, camped here, and worshiped here. So it feels like home. We have put people up in our home who have lost their homes in wildfires in other counties, and we have prayed not to lose ours during the REM fire. Because we live and work in San Jose, the one thing we have not been able to do is to work here. And we can't work here because many workers are bound to internet connectivity, and I am one of them. So during the weekends, maybe we can come up. During the weekdays, it's not possible. I can understand the desire to maintain a place that is free from digital work, but not in places where the county has allowed development, which is Cold Springs. I backpack in immigrant wilderness area in Kennedy and Saucer Meadows to do that. I furthermore submit to the board that I am an objective voice that has standing before this body, not only as a property owner, but as someone who has worked extensively with the major cell phone and data network carriers.
You have 30 seconds, sir.
In Silicon Valley. I bring this up, this latter point, because I assure you that this is not about AT&T making money. It is about serving the community that wants to visit Tuolumne County and the Cold Springs area. And without this tower, it's going to limit economic development. It's going to provide for a more unsafe environment for people that choose to come and visit and live here. I submit these comments as a private citizen with no financial interest in this at all.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to keep the time?
No, I'm doing fine.
Okay.
I haven't worn out my finger yet. Go ahead, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. First of all, my name is Jerry Kilbert, and we own a home on Old Mono Road at 2665 Old Mono Road. And I really want to support your efforts. I want to thank you. I want to thank the staff. I thought the answers that I was able to read online in your agenda was amazing. So I really appreciate trying to understand it. I don't understand it all, but I do understand one thing, and that is we need cell phone service up there as quickly and as fast as possible. We don't need any more delays. I've heard we're going to get cell phone service for like 10 years up there. I've heard it when I lived in Strawberry, and I heard it when we had a place in Mewood. It's just crazy that we are so far behind in technology in the area. Should not be there. I have grandchildren. They were babies when we first started hearing about it, but now we have a chance finally to get cell phone service. So I truly encourage it. I have sons-in-laws who are in medical field and other financial officer of a corporation, and they are constantly connected with their phone to other countries and as well as within our own country. It's so difficult when they come up to our place. And so sometimes it prohibits them from coming up because of just communication is just lacking. I have a
So you have 30 seconds left.
I got to tell you about Claire, my youngest grandchild. Her school has a web page, and she can get on that, and she can check her homework, and she can get assignments, and she can even write to her teacher. And up there, it is so difficult to accomplish that. So I thank you very much for all your kind efforts. I thank the people who live in our area who are supporting this, and I appreciate any kind of expeditious manner you can take to try to get this thing accomplished quickly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Pete Kearns. I'm the older of the two Kearns here.
I thought you were his son, sir.
Anyway, thank you for this time to be able to talk to you. I've been involved at Cold Springs most of my life, and I know a lot of the people there. I've received, my phone's been ringing constantly since this appeal took place on this cell tower, because the people that live in the community there need this desperately. There's almost no internet at all in the area, as you've heard from several people. Camp High Sierra is another area that hasn't been talked about here. It's a Boy Scout camp right down directly below Cold Springs. There's hundreds of scouts down there in the summertime with no no kind of cell service, no internet service whatsoever, that would be tremendous for them for a lot of reasons, for health and safety, as well as if they ever got a fire going in that area, because it could be a disaster to be able to get some sort of response in there. There's got to be at least, well, there's 550 homes in Cold Springs, plus Jenness Park, the Boy Scout camp, and then other areas above there that would be helped with this tower. We're all concerned that if this isn't allowed to proceed,
30 seconds, sir.
that the grant will go away and we'll get nothing. And so we please ask you to please support this project today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Barry Mallory, and I'm a full-time resident in Cold Springs on 29461 Alpine Court. My wife and I are full-time residences, and we've been looking forward to this project coming to fruition for years and years. We keep hearing it's just right on the corner. The cell service, internet, we desperately need, and I hope that you folks can see it to approve it and bring it to our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to ask, if you're going to speak, would you please just line up against the wall? It takes a lot less time to walk to the podium and back. Thank you.
How about just doing it with show of hands, supporters? My name's Dave Sponseller, and I'm going to be real brief on my behalf, but then I'd also like to speak on behalf of my neighbor who had to get up and walk out to go to another meeting. I've had a cabin in Cold Springs for 35 years. It's just a second home, but this is so sorely needed, not just for safety, but also for the convenience of people coming up who want to be able to work there when, not full-time, of course, but part-time. And also for emergency. And I will say that I've had a landline there for 35 years, and really all it's good for is the telemarketers. It is such a pain. And do not call doesn't really work. So anyway, I'd also like to say that I'm speaking on behalf of the Hughes and Giel family who owns a home on Alpine Drive. They purchased it last year, and they're really hoping that this cell tower gets approved also. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to the Board of the Supervisors. I thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak in favor of this project. My name is Klaus Feldmeyer. We own a property in Peter Pan for the last 15 years. I personally have had 3 incidences along Highway 108 where the car broke down when we were towing a boat or when we were going up to Dodge Ridge skiing. Cell phone coverage was not available. We had to flag down cars to give us assistance. So these cell towers are desperately needed for cell phone coverage. In addition, my wife supports the CEO of 100 top companies in the Fortune 500s, and she needs to be available 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. So she desperately needs high-speed internet, and she needs to have cell phone coverage. So I hope that this board can approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carl Fisher, and I own a property at 29631 Lassen Drive in Gold Springs. Have for almost 40 years now. I'd like to speak on behalf of my support for the project as outlined. We are a tremendously underserved area up there, as you all are aware. I am also in the telecommunications planning business, and in the late 80s and early 1990s, I was working out of my home up there, and over time it became readily apparent to me that I could not continue to work out of my home up there for lack of adequate internet service. Dial-up simply wasn't cutting it, and T1 essentially was unaffordable. And I actually took my business out of the county and out of state to the Rocky Mountains, Jackson Hole, Wyoming specifically. By then I was working all over the globe, and my revenues were very significant. about $100,000 in income tax walked out of California when I did that. So it was significant. And that's the kind of things that the issues that come up when you don't have adequate coverage. I've since retired, actually, so I'm not really that much of a vested interest in it, but the bottom line is I'd still like to not have to drive 20 miles down the road to retrieve my email messages by poaching a signal at the Epperson house. Thanks very much.
Welcome back to Tuolumne County.
Afternoon. My name is Kenny Wise. I'm the area manager for Sierra Energy right there next to the real estate. We're all for it, too. It would definitely help lost customers that can't find where they're going. That no one carries cash on them, too, so we depend on the internet strongly to get transactions done so they can get their food and their chains and everything they need to be safe in the hills. But we're all for it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm Steve Landreth. I live in Ripon, California, and I've had a cabin here in Cold Springs for about 30 years. And I think this is a necessity. When I come up here, well, I just go along with what everybody from Cold Springs and around here has said, that we need a better phone service, cell service up here. That's all, and Wi-Fi. So, thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tara Skinner. I'm a realtor in Cold Springs, and I do work in the complex where the tower would greatly benefit us. I sell homes to people who are looking for a little escape. Second homes, sometimes they're hope to eventually retire in our area, but I'm always asked, can I get internet? And it, excuse me, it really limits who and what properties I can show in an area if they can get a signal. So this would greatly improve the sales in our area, get more people to our area, and help us bring the love of our community to other people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Trujillo. I am counsel for Cold Springs Development Company and a longtime resident of Tuolumne County. First, I want to thank everyone that spoke in support of the project, and with the supervisor's permission, I was wondering if I could have everyone that didn't speak or that supports the project stand. Would that be okay?
It's your 2 minutes.
So if you're in support of the project, would you just stand? So those are the individuals that are here to support the project. Many of them have spoke, many of them have not. You can sit down, thank you. I have a couple points I want to make. First, if you have AT&T cell service, you know that there's basically no service above Twain Harte. This is thus a significant service gap. Tuolumne County Ordinance Code 1715.100 says, notwithstanding the location and setback limitations of this chapter, a major wireless communication facility shall, underlined, be granted a permit for a location in which it would otherwise be prohibited if the applicant establishes that the facility will fill an existing significant gap in the ability of remote users to access the applicant's communication facility. And that point was addressed through the presentation by the county, and I appreciate that. And finally, on a personal note, I'm an avid skier and a mountain biker and hiker. I certainly hope that I never need to summon emergency services, but unfortunately I've been in the position where I've had to with some friends, and certainly having...
You've got 30 seconds.
And I will definitely be done, thank you. Certainly being in the position where I could access those services again is very valuable. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Deja vu.
Yeah, you're back.
Hi, Buffy Bandley.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Strawberry in about too many years. Long time, since 71. Anyway, I'm here to support this project. I'm here also to support, please soon come to Strawberry. And as rumor has it, a loop that might go up to Eagle Meadow and back for public safety. Our firefighters cannot get cell service in many areas where they need to have confidential communication with the emergency center. Also, they get their backup pager calls on their cell phones, and they cannot get that. We need a system that provides for tourists to better be able to contact emergency services to give a better response times. Because if you have to drive to Strawberry to find a phone, and you've got a broken leg, somebody with a broken leg, you can either throw them in the car or come down and get help. And we have an aging community that needs cell service, because most seniors are now getting rid of their landlines, and that's the only way they have to communicate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, no more in favor. Okay, I'm going to take public comments from people who are opposed to the project.
Should I ask everybody to stand that's with me? I mean, I'm friends with the Kerns. I mean, and I don't like fighting about this. I've said from the beginning that I wanted to meet with everybody and work something out. My point here is not against providing this coverage. I understand we want or need this thing. My point is that it's not good enough reason to break our laws to do this. So I'm going to read quickly from this case. It's in my list of authorities, Topanga Association versus Los Angeles. The claim that the development would probably serve various community needs may be highly desirable, but it does not bear on the issue at hand. The data suggesting that development of the property in conformance with the general zoning classification could require substantial expenditures are not relevant to the issue of whether the variance was properly granted. The critical issue is whether a variance was necessary to bring the original real party in interest into substantial parity with other parties holding interests. Again, I talked about that. This is about parity. This is not necessary to bring parity because no other property has these privileges. That's all I'm saying. All these things are not enough reasons for this county to break the law. And it would set a very bad precedent to do that, to create an ad hoc exemption to the rules, to the policy, to the ordinance codes, and to state
You have 30
laws.
seconds, sir.
Thank you. This would be a bad precedent to do that. Please read through the laws, read through these findings, and then decide. Thank you. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be the enemy to the people here. I'm not. Thank you.
Thank you for comments. Okay, anyone else opposed? Anyone neutral? Okay, I am going to remind everyone, the next people that get to speak are people that are going to rebut, and that spoke in favor. First of all, you have to have spoken in favor, and you're going to rebut anything that was said against the proposal in public comment. And if there is rebuttal, then there will be time allotted for rebuttal. So does anyone want to speak in rebuttal? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board.
Is this where we vote?
Well, it's where you can ask more questions, you can make more comments,
Okay.
or we can vote.
If you don't mind, I'll go first since it's in my district.
Be my guest.
All right, let's do this. Okay, I wrote down lots of notes because lots of things were said. But the gist of it is, from my perspective, we have a gap that we need to fill with cell coverage. We all want it, but we all want to be respectful of how we go about doing it. I respect the hell of Mr. Lupo for exercising his rights and for looking into law. He's been very thorough, very detailed oriented, but then the information that I have brought before me says that we can move forward. It appears that Mr. Lupo may have, in fact, wanted to actually put this on his property. However, it didn't turn in that favor, so it went to the neighbor. So at the end of the day, I think we all wanted it. Perhaps the other person got it. And so I want to, and I think it's important for me understanding this whole situation. The area that it had to be placed in was a very minute area, so we didn't have a lot of options, and it's being pushed by FCC. And because FCC is behind this, we have to get up and running on it. And I think it's great because for so long I hear that the county needs to push things and make things happen. And here we have an entity coming in that's going to do it, and we don't have to put any pressure. It's happening from that angle. So this is one particular project. I would like to see more projects moving forward, but keeping in mind personal property rights. Every decision will be based upon each individual project, but we need this. We need to come back into the 21st century. We need it first and foremost for high-speed internet, for the FirstNet emergencies, and I'm going to be in touch with you guys because you guys just got awarded $46.5 billion, and I want to see some of that money come to our community, and then the LTE coverage. So with that being said, if this is my time to vote, I vote in favor to move this project along.
Would you like to make a motion?
I would make, do I have to read that whole thing?
If you go down to the recommendation.
I have a comment.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get comments. Go ahead. But before you comment, I've got a question of County Council.
Yes.
You have reviewed Mr. Lupo's package.
Yes.
And your studied opinion of his concerns is that the county is operating within the scope of our authority if we choose to approve this.
Yes, it is my opinion that you do have substantial evidence before you to make the findings that are in the staff report.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ryan.
All right. So in my view, the rights of private property owners are sacrosanct. And I think if I was in Mr. Lupo's position, I might feel the same way. My only issue with the matter before us is the variance. We have a rule that the setback should be 110% of the height of the tower, and this is I could understand if we were going to fudge it 10 or 20 feet here or there, but we've gone from 128 feet plus 10% down to 14 feet. So to me, that's a pretty significant variance. And, what I'd want, why have the rule if we're not going to follow it? So I am concerned that about setting a precedent here. But, I do trust staff and county council that they've, their assessment that this meets all applicable laws. And it's clear that there is a major service gap in this area that needs to be addressed. And so, the private property concerns being what they are, I think that the impact that this would have on the community is of such a significant nature that it's not something that we can really walk away from. But I would just really caution any developers or telecommunications network providers to really take the rules that are set in the general plan very seriously and look at areas where you won't need a variance to accomplish what you're looking at. So that's all I'd like to say. We'll pass it on to whoever has any other comments.
John, you got some?
Just a couple. Mr. Lupo, you did a tremendous amount of research here, and as you know, I do read the stuff, and I have gone over it. Sitting in this position, we have to rely on the best information that we have available and the experts that we have working for us. And in this particular case, county council has given us the advice that this is something that we can do. And sometimes you don't want to do things, but when I look at this particular project, it has some extreme public benefit here. And everybody that spoke made those points, but we only have a narrow window in order to get these things accomplished. And I think this particular case, I've looked at the maps. I've been up there many times, as people that have been to board meetings know. And it just seems to me that this is something that we've researched, staff has done a good job, and that it's something that is really needed. And I can't sit here and say no to something that's going to have such extreme public benefit.
Yeah, and I appreciate the comments from County Council because that was, I wanted to verify also that we were operating within the boundaries that are set forth. I really appreciate hearing from the residents. I'm going to speak for some folks that aren't here, and that's people that come here to recreate. And our population explodes, and the whole Pinecrest Basin, and while I was looking at that map, there's still a lot of work to do up there. This is a huge start. I have been a part of search and rescue for decades, and we have had individuals that have gotten hurt, and I'm, again, looking specifically at the map that was produced, and I know that they would have been within the outdoor service area, and they literally laid hurt a couple of incidences for almost 24 hours with a punctured lung. And this is a start to a fix that we desperately need for emergency services during the Donnell fire. It was amazing because everybody that was trying to operate up there, there's one little turnout when you get up above Strawberry, you go up the grade a couple miles, and there's a turnout that looks out over the Stanislaus River, and you could see the cars pulled over there with everybody holding their phones trying to get one little bar so that they could communicate and get resources that they needed, desperately needed, up in that area. So again, this is a tremendous start, and for public safety reasons, for connectivity for the community up there, I fully support it. And I would also say that I'm surprised that some of our friends from Calaveras County weren't here because it looks like it actually services what would be south of Highway 4 also, down to the river. Yeah. Okay.
So one of the advantages of being chairman is you get to go last, and everybody said everything. I do want to thank Mr. Lupo for all the research that you did. It was it did bring some questions to my mind, but I am convinced that our staff is well within the law as you stated it. But I also want to thank all the people that came out to make public comments. Usually when we have public hearings, it's all the people that don't want things that come and speak. It is refreshing every now and then to realize that there's actually people that care enough about what they do want to come and show up as well. So thank you all for doing that as well. I want to thank staff for doing what I think was a very, very good job. And like I said, most of the people on the dais have already said the positive things, so I'm going to cut it short. And with that, I'll look to my District 3 supervisor for a motion.
All right, let's see if I read this right. Motion to approve conditional use permit CUP 18-009 variance 18-005 and zone change RZ 18-016.
We need to include the findings, actually.
Yeah.
So do I have to read this whole big thing?
You don't have to read the whole.
If you'd like, I'd be happy to state the motion.
State the motion.
And then you can say so moved, if you'd like.
There you
go. Approval of zone change RZ 18-005 based on findings A through D. Approval of conditional use permit CUP 18-009 based on findings A through F and subject to conditions 1 through 37. Approval of variance VAR 18-005 based on findings A through G and subject to conditions 1 through 37. And approval of the indemnification agreement between the County of Tuolumne and Cold Springs Development Company, Inc.
Approved.
Oh, no, so moved.
So moved.
So moved.
A second.
I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I do. I've got a motion. This is too good. I've got a motion by Supervisor Kirk and a second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? It passes 5-0. And again, thank you for your participation in our meeting. And would the clerk of the board please read item number 7?
Reports.
Clerk, you have any report? Okay, County Council, you have anything to report?
Nothing to report.
CAO, do you have anything to report? Go ahead, and nothing. Supervisor Brennan, Supervisor Campbell?
I have one item.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, as many of you know, this past week we had a major flooding incident on Q and Mill Road.
Yep.
I'd like to, I've heard from many constituents in that area, and it's a pretty significant concern to people in Cedar Ridge. The location of the flooding is down from Comstock Ranch and between Comstock Ranch and Bellevue School.
Folks, we're still in session, so could you please hold your conversations until you get outside? Thank you. I'm sorry, Supervisor Campbell.
That's all right. So what I'd like to do is either bring it to the board in the near future or discuss it further, what some of the remedies can be for repairing that section of the road, making sure that there's proper drainage there, as it is a major concern to the people that live up there. Believe me, I've been hearing about it all week. And as the only viable ingress and egress route up there, it's a really high priority in my district.
I'd recommend that you work with David, CRA Director David Gonsalves, and Kim McFarland, our Public Works Director, and work out whatever it is that you want to bring to the board and bring it back on a regularly scheduled agenda item.
All right, and that's what I did. Well, would I do that then, or can I go over a couple of things now?
Pardon me?
Would that be for a regular agenda item, or?
Because we're not going to make.
Yeah, we're
okay. Because all right,
we're not.
He's the key.
Okay, so we'll put it on the agenda for a future date and go over
Well,
the different.
work with them on what the options are, those kinds of things. Put together, let them put together a staff package, and we'll have a discussion on it at a future board meeting.
I guess I'm asking if of what I know about the situation would now be the time to talk about that just briefly, just to give anybody that might be watching an idea of what to expect.
Go ahead and make a few comments.
So just in talking to our CRA director, it looks like the problem in that zone is related to possibly a crushed or obstructed culvert, drainage issues upstream, and so we're looking at both of remedies for both of those options for people who live in the area.
Okay.
So
Great.
thank you, and that is it.
Okay. Supervisor
My
Gray.
report, I made it. I'm here.
Okay. And I already got you, did I? Okay. I just have a couple of things. First of all, actually, I'll get one that Supervisor Campbell forgot. Oh, no, he didn't participate. I'm sorry. I participated in the ATCA Early Head Start Federal Review Board, which is it's a federal, Head Start is a federal program, and this was basically an audit, a management kind of audit of the Head Start program. And part of that audit is they interviewed selected board members from ATCA's board. And by the way, the audit went extremely well. As far as I know, there were no comments, which is unheard of. I also participated on behalf of Supervisor Gray on the TCTC and the TCTA. The big thing was I participated in my first CSAC board meeting as your representative to CSAC. It was a very productive meeting. I'm not going to go into a lot of details, but several issues, fire was one of them, obviously, that is of mega interest, and along with it, the insurance issues that are associated that we talked about earlier today. So these problems are being worked, and they're being worked at the state level, and they're being worked very, very well. So I just wanted to reemphasize that. And with that, my report is complete, and seeing no further action, I'm going to adjourn the meeting of the Board of Supervisors.